Good afternoon. Welcome to the Beacon Duo League. It is the final week of league play, and we are looking forward to what should be a very tense day for a lot of our teams. In fact, that day has already started. Lots of matches already ongoing, but we'll get into that in a second. For now, let's introduce our desk for our pre-show here. Joining me, we have Babs and we have Legion. Babs, how are you feeling about today's day of matches as it goes?
I'm really excited. You know, the final week of play is always the most exciting because we get to decide who is going to go to playoffs, who's going to go to Promo Rel. And those matches are the most important of the season. So, you know, the pressure's on at the moment. Everybody, you know, at the start of the league phase is just enjoying it, getting used to playing some competitive matches. But now you realize, actually, all of those results matter. And if I want to get something out of this season, I need to perform.
Yeah, it's kind of a lot of pressure on a lot of these players. And of course, a lot of pressure on Legion as well, who's joining us for his first Beacon pre-show here. Legion, we've saved up all the difficult questions. We're just really going to grill you for the next 15 minutes or so. Just really nail in what your opinions are on the league.
All right, if you want opinions, you're going to get them. So if you don't like them, hey, take it up with my lawyers.
Oh dear. Okay, actually, production, can we just get Legion off this desk? I'm not comfortable anymore.
This is your idea. What are you getting on me for?
That's fair enough. Hey, let's start talking about it then. Let's get some of these opinions in, and let's talk about how Beacon Duo League has gone so far. I'd like to start by talking about Division 2. Now, of course, the top 4 teams out of 8 in Division 2 will be heading into that promotion relegation tournament at the end of the season. And it's still, honestly, a very tight race from about 3rd place down to 6th place. Like Breton, Molotov Gaming, Damascus Gaming, and Aeterna all still with a chance to make it in. I think Pig and Big Selecta, unfortunately, just a little bit too far off at the moment. And honestly, Legion, Damascus, I think, are the team in the weakest position out of those 4 to make a top 4 run right now.
I know, looking at the results here, I think just had they performed better in round 3, I wonder how much closer they would have been. Molotov has had a pretty solid run. You can see it there, 4-5, 4-4-1. So for Damascus to actually make it above the cutoff line, they're going to have to, one, absolutely turn up and get the last few matches if they have any. And then Molotov has to completely fall apart. I think that's the only way. I don't think it's entirely out of the question for DG to make a run into promos, but it's not going to be easy.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, looking at that as well, you know, you've mentioned that Damascus need to have 2 final good performances here. Part of the problem for them is that they play Pig and they play 5W today. 2 teams who are not relevant to this conversation, really, unfortunately for them. They don't really have their fate in their own hands. They need some results to fall their way in other places as well, even if they have big performances in both those matches. Because Babs, LGB, Molotov, Aeterna, all 3 of those teams have at least 1 match, and I think all of them have 2 against all of those other teams in that area of the schedule today.
Yeah, it's really that mid-table fight, which is super interesting with Div 2, because you want to get into that top 4. I think, you know, Puff Bros, 5W, they look like the favorite teams to make it. Puff Bros have gotten stronger and stronger, and 5W have been quite consistent across the board. LGB are sort of the team that I've highlighted who've really impressed me, actually. They had 1 match where they, you know, kind of dropped down a little bit, got only 2 points, but otherwise, it's victories across the board. And solid performances from both members. You know, there hasn't been one letting down the other, and that's what's really impressed me from them. So I'd be really excited to see them going into Promo Rel and taking on some of the Div 1 teams. But as you say, it's that 4th spot which is really going to be interesting to see. For me, as you said, Damascus are in the weakest spot. Unless they pull off an incredible performance today, I think it's going to be between Molotov and Aeterna.
Yeah, absolutely. I do want to highlight very quickly that Big Selecta do technically have a chance still. They are currently at the bottom of the leaderboard. Look, their last 3 matches have not gone well. They've gotten, you know, 1 point out of each of them, 1 map win in each. But they do play Aeterna, they do play LGB, and they do play Molotov Gaming today. If they won all of those matches hard, it does sneak their way up the leaderboard a little bit. They do technically have a chance at this one, but it's unlikely, unfortunately. Anyway, Div 2, going to be very exciting. Puff Bros and 5W, the 2 teams looking secured at the moment, and then that battle for the last 2 spots in the promo relegation tournament. Very exciting. Equally exciting, what's going on in Division 1. 2 teams in Division 1 will be dropping down into that promo relegation tournament as well. 6 teams heading to the playoffs, and the question of which 2 teams will be dropping to the promo relegation tournament remains an open one in Division 1, much as in Division 2. In this case, I think there's 3 teams that we're really looking at, Babs, to be the teams that potentially drop down. That is specifically Big, who have already finished all their matches and are just watching for results today. Orcs GP Numowops, who currently sit in 7th place with 2 matches to play. And Blah, who have 2 remaining matches and have started the day off with a pretty strong result.
Yeah, and that's going to be encouraging for them going forward. Looking to have a strong end to the season, hopefully. Big had that run after having quite a few struggles initially where they got some good results and put themselves in a good position to potentially qualify. But it's like, when you watch like an event at the Olympics, like maybe BMX or something, and somebody gets a high score to begin with, but you still need all the other 15 participants to come through and try and, knock them off that spot. So it's up to, Wheelsy and Blah and Orcs GP to see if they can overtake Big. For me, I feel like it's going to be really touch and go. We're just going to have to see in the matches, who performs the best and who actually shows up today.
Absolutely. And then my eyes before the day started were on Wheelsy as well, this Mudda Wizzy Wheel Boys squad, because Legion, to me, they were technically a dark horse. They were sitting very far down the leaderboard, but they play both Shift and Nemesis today. If they'd gotten big wins in both of those matches, they then had a final match remaining against, I want to say it was Thrivo Serve, who unfortunately have had to forfeit all of their matches today. Wheelsy were a dark horse to maybe even break top 2. Unfortunately, they have also just finished their first match of the day against Shift, and I think that dark horse potential has already been removed.
Yeah, I would have to agree. They have surprised me, though, to be honest. It seems like they've been not as well performed as I would have expected, especially when you look at the lineup of Mudda and Wizzy, 2 incredibly respected competitive players. So I think the horse might be glued, but I still hold out hope. I feel like I'm more hopeful with some of these teams that are maybe lower down in the standings. I don't know what it is, but part of me just wants to think the best of them. I don't really think they're in position for relegation, but they're going to be a little close to the flame here, and I don't think that's what they want.
No, absolutely not. And we will take a look at the playoff picture once we get to the end of the day as well, of course. But I think the thing that's exciting about Div 1 is looking at whatever team makes up our top 6 when we get there. None of these matches are going to be foregone conclusions. It's going to be very, very exciting once we get into playoffs next week. One thing that is unfortunately a foregone conclusion is the Thrive Serve, due to unforeseen family circumstances, I believe, will not be able to play any of their matches today. They will be forfeiting all their matches. The way the forfeit works in the Beacon Duo League is that their opponents will be given 5 points for the win on that. So Wheelsy, playing Thrive Serve today, have actually got an extra 5 points on the leaderboard that is currently not reflected there. So they are a little bit further up than they would be otherwise, but so are 2 other teams. So, I don't know, a little bit disappointing to see. In Thrivo Serve Legion, I think they would have liked to put up a slightly stronger performance in the matches they did get to play as well, but Beacon Duo League is hard.
It really is, but you got to remind yourselves that, like, yes, they are right now sitting in 8th in Division 1, and of course they are unfortunately forfeiting those last 3 matches, but they beat both Pig and Big Selecta to get into Division 1, and we have seen throughout all of Division 1's matches that these teams do not mess around. We have seen some incredibly close matches. We have seen some absolute blowouts of such just epic proportions that it reminds you just who's on these teams and how much of a threat they are. So while, yes, Thrive's sort of run here in Division 1 has been a bit disappointing, it's still something to take note of. And if I'm not mistaken, they will at least be here for the promo relegations.
Yes, they should be here for the promo relegations as far as we know, and we look forward to seeing them play in those. That's going to be exciting next weekend as well. Lots more Trackmania to come, but for now, let's get ready for our Trackmania today, because we are jumping straight into the thick of things, frankly. The fight for top 2, the battle for both of these teams to remain on top and get that upper bracket start in the playoffs. Team Shift take on Team Nemesis in our first match of the day, and this is not just a top of the table clash on paper. Babs, this is a top of the table clash based on how both of these teams have looked as well.
I mean, in my opinion, this is a top of Trackmania esports clash with all these 4 players. The goal when we started Beacon was to join and lessen the gap between those like TMGL level players and the more community event competitive players. And I feel like this matchup reflects that so well. You've got Mime, who's such an experienced player in, top level competition in Trackmania for so long now. And alongside him, you've got Pustito, Paco, New Prime, Loso, some of the most exciting drivers in Trackmania at the moment. It's going to be a hell of a match. Now, I would like to point out that, in my opinion, Shift have looked the most dominant. Just because Nemesis have had some shaky moments, and when you look at the league table in terms of round points, Nemesis tally is actually not that impressive. They have a lower round points tally compared to a lot of the teams below them.
Yep.
So I think that's something to consider going into this one. You know, we've seen the level of all of these teams in Division 1, but this one I can't predict.
Yeah, it's going to be very tough. We're going to have to ask you for a prediction. Players are getting ready quickly for this one. Shift under a little bit of time pressure today, so we're going to be starting this match very soon. Legion, with that in mind, who's your prediction for our first match of the day? Which of our top 2 teams comes out at the very top of the leaderboard?
I think I'm looking at it right now. Honestly, I agree with a lot of what Babs said in terms of Nemesis and sort of their performance, same with Shift. But I think if I'm going strictly numbers, it has to go with Shift. They have been far more consistent than Nemesis. Not by much, though. 6, 5, and 4s, but it's surprisingly Nemesis with a 2 in round 3. So I think if you want to go off of consistency, and same with the round points, I mean, the gap there is 60. So that should tell you sort of what caliber Shift is
Legion.
at.
This is great. I'm delighted. Babs, I need a one-word answer.
Shift.
Shift. Okay, great. We're going to go straight into casters. Players are ready to go. They want the action as much as we do. We're going to send it over to the casters for game 1 of this final week of league play.
I think Boney is... Boney's too excited, he just forgot to unmute himself. Okay. We're straight into round 1 between Nemesis and Shift. This is our battle at the top of the table. Loso, Pushtido Paco, New Prime, and Mime are our contestants in this one. And their first battle will be held on Skellerogue. First mistake comes out of New Prime and Team Shift, relegated to the bottom of the table so far, with Mime and Pushtido Paco leading us into the second half of the track. The men in purple from Team Nemesis looking strong so far in this round 1 and looking to stamp their authority on this match very early. Loso, he has a tough task on his hands. He needs to get himself into that top 2 if he wants to deny the ace. But it's going to be very difficult. Oh, it's very clean lines from Mime and Paco so far through the plastic. They're only extending their lead to the Slovakian player, and he can only watch and hope that a mistake comes from this end on Skellerogue, as it has many times before. How consistent are they? How fast are they? They're in each other, and Mime and Paco, what a round to kick off Skellerogue. 0.5, 0.6, 3-0 against Shift. New Prime comes across the line. Well, doesn't even get to the line, unfortunately. He's going to have to get ready for this next round and try and pick it up very quickly if he wants to lessen that gap between his team and Team Nemesis. Loso early into that booster. Fortunately, isn't going to have the best speed out of this one, and everybody comes past him, including his teammate New Prime. Leads us into the wood, and now he is in the leading position. He made a mistake on this drift in the last round, but does he keep it clean this time? Yes, he does. And we have a reverse situation of round 1. Shift are leading us into the second half of the map in round 2, and it's all up to Mime and Paco if they want to get something out of this one. Otherwise, it's going to be 3-3 as we head into round 3, but still a lot of the map to go. Loso and New Prime looking clean, looking consistent so far. Paco and Mime joining hands and trying to get something out of this one, but no mistakes so far from all 4 players. That's a very inside line from Paco. He is going to clip. It's up to Mime if he can get anything out of this now. He does take quite an inside line on the plastic, gets good speed. He's on the tailgate of New Prime, but it's still just out of his reach so far. New Prime gets that outside line going into the end, and Mime attacks into the finish, but he clips. He clips just at the end, and that's going to be an ace for Team Shift, and they're going to level us up on Skellerogue. So far, round 1 and round 2 have been domination, but domination for both teams, so nothing can separate them as we go into round 3. Back-to-back aces so far. Such excitement between these two teams, and well, we wouldn't really expect anything less, to be honest. as we head into round 3. No mistakes so far. A clean start from all 4 drivers. Loso a little bit wide, is going to get a nice angle, however, into the wood and should exit it pretty well here. Also, again, Loso New Prime looking quite quick after the start. It's Paco who's dropped to the back. He's lost a few car lengths to his opponents. And Loso New Prime, can they keep it clean as they did in that previous round? Well, so far they can. New Prime loses a little bit of speed in that dirt, allows Paco and Mime back into this one, and they are within reach, within striking distance of the Shift pairing. Can they make it happen? Mime attacks onto the plastic. Unfortunately, he's going to exit with a little bit less speed than his opponents. He does take that inside line again. That's where Paco clipped in the last round, but he keeps it clean this time, and all 4 drivers are so close together. But most importantly, I was going to say Shift are at the front, but most importantly, Paco is at the back, and he's relegated to 4th position. It's up to Mime once again. Can he do anything this time? He attacks once more. Does he have the speed to pass any of the Shift players? It doesn't look like he does. It's a 0.5 from all 3 drivers. But most importantly, it's another ace for Team Shift. Aces across the board so far. 3 zeros after 3 rounds.
Hopefully this is now working a-okay. Some technical issues on my end, but what a way to come back to. I was just, out there finicking around, and it's been 3 aces in a row. Am I seeing this correctly? Do my eyes deceive me, and is it looking like Shift may be able to do something more of that? If it's not for Paco right now, actually having some issues with that turn, losing a little bit of speed, dropping down. Is it just going to be aces on Skellerogue of all maps?
Well, I mean, it could be, and for the moment they're going the way of Shift. I know there has been one for Team Nemesis, but there has been individual mistakes from both drivers from Nemesis so far. This round seems like their best opportunity, however, to avoid that ace, as Paco is at the front. Well, as of about 2 seconds ago, until it got to that drift and Shift passed Paco out, and well, he's still trying to attack going into the end. It's Loso who's leading us into this one. Paco gets really good speed, but has to adjust a little bit going into the drift, and heading into the end, it's anybody's game.
Yeah, get to turn around in. All the players dropping down. Pusita Paco having some issues, though. That is actually gonna be another ace. Paco did go a little bit wide there at the end, able to recover to get into it, but once again, so close, and another ace. 3-9 in favor of Shift. Only 4 rounds played thus far, and Shift in a beautiful position right now. And I mean, Skellerogue in and of itself, right? A very tricky map, very precise map. And with early mistakes, it is so hard to come back into. But so far, throughout these last couple of weeks, the benefit of the doubt, I suppose, to call it that, has been that ending, has been that risky fin, Opus with Paco with an unfortunate landing right there. But right now, Shift is able to nail it, is able to land it each and every single time, and it is proven so beneficial, just reaping the fruits of their labor. And again, they're just pretty much in sync. Look at that. Once again, side by side, Mime looking to chase down, try to find any space to get by, as Pusita Paco is trailing behind by about 0.7 of a second. Definitely not impossible for him to come back from, but so far, Shift is just untouchable.
What is this from Shift? They're definitely in the driver's seat, even more so after that mistake from Mime. They want to close out Skellerogue as soon as they can. A lot of people have said that this matchup between Nemesis and Shift is an early preview of what the final of the Beacon Duo League could be. Well, Loso and New Prime, they came to fight. They came here to show that they are the best team at the moment in the Beacon Duo League. Well, they definitely are on Skellerogue. They take the first map and a 1-0 start against Team Nemesis, and well, the boys in purple are going to have to pick it up very quickly if they don't want to get swept here.
They definitely do. It's one of the things. It just feels like such a role reversal. Looking at Skellerogue previous times and Skellerogue this time around, we get a match of only aces, and really, it did come down to a couple of mistakes on the Nemesis side, putting them already in a bit of a deficit. But at the same time, Shift is just playing phenomenally, and I'm very curious to see if Map 2 is going to be as clean as that, as we have it lined up in Rally. It's going to be a fun one. It's going to be a thriller of sorts, if you will. I don't have a good pun on that. You know what? Let's just check out the trailer.
Don't pause, press play.
It's map 2 of this matchup between Nemesis and Shift, and it's on Thriller. And for me, it's time to make it personal, because that first map win was something from Shift. They were in sync, like you said, Boney, and they made light work of Nemesis, who seemed to be, well, in every department, second best.
Yeah, definitely, saying bye to the players of Nemesis right there. But this one is looking a lot more even Stevens across the board. All players making their way through the 360, except for Loso, with a small touch exiting out of that sector. And it's going to be a question of New Prime and Mime. New Prime does have the potential to make it a draw if he can get ahead of Mime. And right now, both players pretty much side by side throughout the breaks off sector. And well, actually, Mime with a little bit of a touch does mean he's going to fall behind a little bit, allowing New Prime to set up for that draw. And well, the gap is quite large. Would have to take a quarter pipe jump to go wrong for this to really still go the way of Nemesis. But looking safe, looking good. Everybody making their way across. And yeah, it's going to be New Prime to bring in the first draw of this match. Think that would happen at map 2.
Well, not only the first draw, I think that's the first non-ace that we've had in the match so far, which says a lot of the performance of these two teams so far. But definitely the extra, I don't know, technicalities of Thriller showing in that first round. A lot more individual mistakes and a few more gaps showing between these 4 players. It's going to be difficult for all 4 of them to keep it clean, but that, I don't want to criticize too much, but that's a bit of a silly mistake from Pistito Paco. When you're playing in a match of this caliber, you can't be making those. New Prime makes one of his own. He has to double respawn. Is that going to let Paco back into this round and off the hook? Well, he's 6 seconds off the pace.
There's a lot happening.
There's Mime crawling over the reset, and Paco as well. New Prime is further behind. Loso, well, he's by himself. He's fine.
Yeah, he's just driving. He's just having a great old time, enjoying the weather outside, and just just going through the meadows of Thriller, and he sets up for that those final few jumps. I mean, the gap. Yeah, I mean, New Prime behind by 11 seconds. Honestly, if this somehow turns into a victory, I would be extremely surprised. But with the timer set up, Mime going for the safe finish, Pustitapaka going for the risky. Yeah, that is going to be an easy draw in that regard. Just a messy first half, honestly, of Thriller right now. As you say, right, some mistakes that I think at this point you are, just to a certain degree unacceptable, right? You're not expecting that to happen. There's certain sectors that we have determined on this track that are, clear pain points. That was not one of them.
Yeah, and unfortunately, mistakes from 3 out of the 4 players on that first round. 2 draws so far. Maybe the players heard us. Maybe they said, "Oh, okay, that was maybe a too many aces. Let's draw it back." And while they're drawing it back for sure so far with 2 draws to begin this one. Mime was a little bit slow, but crucially faster than Loso through the 360. It's Prestido Paco who has a slight little clip on the dirt. It's not going to lose him too much time, but he is going to be relegated to 3rd place, right behind his teammate Mime. And they are both chasing New Prime, who's at the front. Loso 0.8 off the leaders. He doesn't really have a say in this one. He can only watch and hope for a mistake from one of the Nemesis players and maybe turn this round into a victory. Well, that is counting on New Prime to not make any mistakes of his own. It looks like he's clean through the end. Both Nemesis players are as well. They should all make the finish, and well, that's a 3rd draw, Boney.
Yeah, just draw to a draw to a draw, and I mean, at some point this painting will be done, but for the time being, 3-3 in 3 rounds. That is as even as they get. There have been some mistakes here and there, right? And so far, this one definitely looks a lot more in line with what I expected, at least from this match. Just both teams pretty much going at it. Also having some issues getting through reactor water, leaving New Prime to fend off the Nemesis Armada. It's going to be a tricky one, but he has been able to do so. This map definitely looking to be a lot, well, nicer for both teams, really. And again, just very much benefiting those draws. And Mime with an unfortunate crash, though, may break that curse.
That 360 from Paco, I just want to highlight, was absolutely glorious. He sent it, well, through the finest of gaps to claim 1st place from New Prime, and now it's the Shift player who's trying to chase down that 1st position, as both Loso and Mime, as you highlighted, are further off the pace, but Paco seems to be on quite a good run. Quite a harsh angle heading into this quarter pipe jump, and he does take it quite safe, allows New Prime to join up just a slight little bit, but it's going to be far off the pace, and he's not going to be able to close it down. We are going to get another draw because Mime did finish behind Loso, so far we're inching and crawling towards that 10-point mark, but nobody's differentiating themselves.
No, exactly that. It's just a bit of a lull in the action that we had just now. I mean, it's a typical script that you would have in a story of sorts, right? You want to make sure you don't get action after action after action. At some point, we're gonna get fatigued. We're just gonna be like, oh well, here we go, just another ace, right? We don't want them to get boring. So let's make sure that we can build up to it. Make sure that we can actually look forward to something like that. 360 coming up once again. Curious to see who will falter or if everybody will shine through, as actually everybody does, and the gap going into the no break sector is going to be 1/10 of a second.
Man, it's a marvelous sight when you see all 4 players get a beautiful 360 like that. Literally nothing to separate the 4 as we're heading into that drop down and the second half of the track so far. Loso, that looked like a little bit of an awkward drift, so he is the first to drop just a few car lengths off the rest of them. Mime goes on the attack and joins up to New Prime as they both head into the quarter pipe. Who risks it the most and who's going to get it clean? It looked like Mime had a little bit of a clip, and now Loso has passed in front, and it is going to be a shift win, and they break the deadlock, and they finally take the lead on Thriller.
Yeah, it was definitely looking like at some point something had to give, and Shift right there coming out with the advantage. It is still 1 point off from track point, so there is still a little bit of room for Team Nemesis to breathe. They don't have to worry too much about this round, even though, you know, you're still playing up against the current number 2. Am I saying that correctly? No, I mean, they're both 1 and 2. And I think throughout things will probably shift around. Get it? As for the time being, New Prime Loso once again finding themselves in a duel with Paco and Mime. And Mime with the first one to falter this time around. The 360 not clean from everyone else. And with this shift, bring themselves into a great position with just Paco setting up the chase to try and prevent this ace from happening.
It's a great little section from Paco there, the Hungarian player, while trying to pull his weight in this duo. He has been doing quite well so far, but against him, unfortunately, he's come up against quite a strong New Prime, and in this round, New Prime is being backed up by Loso as he heads into the quarter pipe in first position. Paco tries to get more speed out of the exit, and he does have more speed than New Prime. He's going to at least avoid the ace, but now, that's a new league record by Loso, a 105-0. I'm sorry, I didn't even realize. But what a round that is from the Slovakian player.
It's just beautiful to see. This is one of the big things that I enjoy when it comes to competition. Ooh, unfortunate clip from Mime right there to start off. But the fact that these players are pushing themselves so much, pushing each other so much, right? It's such a big difference from just fighting against the leaderboards and making your way through. All of a sudden, there's just a lot more at stake. There's a lot more pressure, and sometimes it's the pressure that allows players to shine as brightly as possible. So that's a beautiful, beautiful time to see it coming out. This one, though, it's not looking too good for Nemesis. Paco setting up the hunt once again, but this time around, instead of that 2/10 gap that he was able to overcome, it's looking a lot bigger. So far, 0.6 of a second heading into the no break sector, and I mean, he's getting through pretty clean, but I don't think he's going to have enough to stop Shift from winning this one.
Yeah, is this our final round on Thriller, and is it going to be 2-0 so far for Shift? We mentioned the, dips in performance that Nemesis have had across the league phase. Well, it was one main dip that they had, and at the moment they're just not up to the level of Shift. It's too consistent and it's too fast from New Prime and Loso. They are going to claim Thriller for themselves, and well, they've started off this match very well. 2-0 so far against Team Nemesis, and the momentum is with the team from Shift, and really they're going to look to continue that and carry it into our next 3 maps.
Yeah. I mean, with this already, just a great buffer has been built up to make sure that they can go into the next couple of maps a bit more easygoing, a bit more of a casual, I wouldn't say, but more ease of mind, right? They're getting the points in. They're making sure that going throughout the league, that especially on the last day, it is ever more important to get the least amount of points, most amount of points as you can. But we're already ready for map number 3. It is going to be Marabello.
over to you, Team Nemesis. Can you wipe the slate clean? Because, well, the time is now. You're up against the favorites for the competition overall. If you want to be among those favorites, well, you need to show your worth here, and it's on Marabello. If they want to avoid the loss in this match, they need to pick it up now. Paco seems on a mission to do so. Mime is battling with Loso for that second spot, and New Prime is trying to join that battle himself. So far, no big mistakes, just a clean round from Paco and Loso at the front. New Prime, well, he's given us a great perspective of that fight as we head into that bug slide. It's been so decisive in many rounds before, but everybody gets it clean at this level of play. Nobody makes those mistakes, and New Prime, well, he's caught up to Mime, but he's made a mistake. He pays the price for that slight push, and at the front, Paco is actually taking the lead off Loso, so we could be looking at a first round win from Team Nemesis. But heading into this final drift, who is going to get the best of Loso? He prides himself on his tech skills, but I don't think it's going to pay off in this one. It is Paco who takes round one with a 107.4 to kick us off. Well, that's a good round win and a good way to kick off map 3 for Team Nemesis.
Yeah, putting themselves just 1 point ahead can make all the difference in the world in a, you know, playing against the shift lineup as this. I mean, New Prime and Loso, they have not been making too many mistakes, right? Their consistency is very high, so that if that does occur, if there is a situation of doing so, you got to make sure you don't get too much into your own head. You got to make sure that you focus on taking advantage of that situation entirely. And honestly, Team Nemesis, just from the get-go, these few starts that we've seen are doing a phenomenal job. Mime and Paco just staying close to one another. I mean, that in and of itself is always a very important thing to do. It's not just about battling your opponents, making sure that you're close together to one another, so that if something does occur, that something does happen, someone is there to cover up. But you know what? You don't need to cover up anything when you are in the lead, first and second for Mime and Paco. I mean, it's only a tenth of a second, but with the way this map has been played, how much this has been played, that is the biggest of difference. Ragdoll sector coming up, though. Paco with small touch. That is unfortunate, but this is exactly what I was talking about. Despite one player going down, Mime is still in there. He's still in first place. He's able to cover up any mistake that may occur. So unfortunately, it wouldn't be an ace, but hey, you know what? I'll take a victory with that snipe from Paco.
Loso made a little clip on the exit, and going into that drift just allowed Paco to pass through, left the door open for the Hungarian player, and he said, thank you very much, I'll take that. And that's an early mistake from Team Shift. It looks like this start on Marabello is for Team Nemesis, but no, Paco, those are the mistakes you need to avoid. When you have that advantage, you need to capitalize, and at the moment, he's not able to do so. Leaves it up to Mime to try and avoid the victory for Shift in this one. Loso had that unfortunate mistake last round. He's looking to make up for that this time around. He's leading us into the second half as we head into that wall hug. How much speed does he have? How clean does he get it? And does he let Mime back up to him? It's a bit of a wonky landing, so Mime is going to catch up slightly. Is a good bug slide for the Polish player? Yes, it is. Makes it very tight on the exit, but he actually does catch up to Loso. Drops the gear, unfortunately, heading into the dirt section. So relegated to that second spot once again, and there is an interesting fight going on behind these two.
Yeah, it's a bit of a 1v1 on both sides. Mime currently losing it against Loso, but at the same time, Paco losing it against New Prime. That is exactly what Shift is looking for, what they need to make up this 2-point deficit that is underway. Everybody makes their way through the final turn, and it is going to be... New Prime barely crossed the finish line there. That he bounced off. He bounced off. He's very, very lucky in that regard. It would have been a draw otherwise. So yeah, that you don't expect that to occur. He definitely had the speed to make it happen. I think just the angle that he took leading up to the finish right there was just slightly off. So you know, fortunately for him, still making up for that victory. 5-4 currently. Nemesis is leading, but only by the narrowest of margins.
So close to the inside pole there, almost made a clip, but makes it work. And well, I don't know if we have 4 cars on the track or if it's just one at the moment, because they're all together as we head through the wall hug. Paco has the best speed out of anyone heading into the bug slide. And now it is Loso who actually comes out with the most speed. He is in the lead. Team Nemesis, though, really not far off the pace. Paco is the only driver to drop the gear, and well, that's going to cost him. He heads to the back of the pack, and Mime, it's up to him to avoid this ace, but he sends it straight into a wall. Paco now, he sends it into a wall as well. No! No, Nemesis, this map was for you. And now they're going to give the lead back to Team Shift as long as there's no silly mistakes. No, they make it through cleanly. 0.5 and 0.6. 7-5 is going to be the score, and they are going to be on track point, Team Shift now, and they can win this match with an ace here.
Yeah, I mean, they've been able to do it several times already in this match. First one to be gotten here on Marabello, and yeah, it's that is tough. That is definitely one of the worst times to get an ace against you, putting Shift in the proverbial driver's seat. As 5-7 does mean Nemesis is going to have to pick up a couple more round wins to make up the difference. Should still be enough, right? There is still that room, there's still that space, but unfortunately Mime with a small crash right there does mean that he is going to be falling behind about half a second. With this jump coming up as well, he's not going to have as much speed jumping forward, and that gap is, yeah, it's going to stay relatively the same. So Paco on defense.
Yeah, there's a lot of pressure on Young's shoulders here for Postito Paco. He has to have a good round here. He needs to avoid the ace at all costs, but so far, Shift are doing such a great job of trying to close out this track, trying to close out Marabello. Paco takes the wide line there. He's going to get a nice inside line here into the exit. Should have more speed than the two Shift players. It's so tight as we head into the drift. Can he get it better than both of them? Yes, he does. He sends it. Is he going to get to the end first? He will.
Beautiful.
And secures the draw for Team Nemesis. What a push from Postito Paco.
Wow. That is MVP play right there. Like, that was beautiful. Just making that attack happen right there. Just going a little bit wider compared to the Shift players, and he reaped all the benefits from it, right? It's that risk versus reward, and unfortunately, at some point, right, you're pushing that risk reward, and you gotta get lucky in some way, shape, or form. I think he just ulted a bit too soon, and he's paying the price for it right now. Though New Prime is falling behind to battle it out for that third place spot, as in the meantime, Loso and Mime side by side making their way through the track, gonna set up for that wall ride. Players making their way in, similar speed, and actually Mime, no, a lot more speed. That is looking very good for Nemesis.
Yeah, a bit of a wonky line for Loso. He didn't get the smooth transition that he would have liked. He, well, bonked a little bit off the wall during the wall hug, and relegated to second position. Paco, he's trying to chase him down, trying to get the ace for Team Nemesis, but it looks a little bit too much to ask at the moment. He had a great round to avoid the win for Team Shift in that last round, and now it's up to Mime to close this one out, try and get the victory for Team Nemesis and put themselves on track point and within reach of that first track point here in this match. It looks like nobody's going to make any mistakes into the end, and well, it's going to come down to this one.
Yeah, all Nemesis needs right now is a victory. Even better would be an ace to outright take it right now, but it has been a bit of I think maybe a bit of pressure, perhaps. I mean, it's been, so far, most of the time, one of the two players staying in contention, staying close to the Shift players, and yeah, no, Shift hasn't really had that issue as much, right? They have been driving as a pack. I mean, it's practically one car whenever they've been driving the lines, especially, look at this now as well, right? Just pretty much side by side, following in each other's footsteps, tracks, whatever it is you want to call it. The Postito Paco with a bit of an unfortunate crash. Well, I wouldn't call it a crash, just an unfortunate lineup into that wall. Does fall behind a little bit, and this is what I'm talking about, right? Once again, it's one of the two players from Nemesis who has to do some defense, has to make sure that somehow, some way, they're able to still pick it up here on this map, but it's starting to slip away.
Yeah, they need to do more than defense here, because a draw isn't enough. A draw would be the win for Shift. They need a victory in this one. Mime is pushing it. He's going to catch up to Loso. He's trying to catch up to New Prime, but it doesn't look like there's going to be any mistakes from Team Shift. And actually, Loso is going to come through to close out for the ace. What a team round from Team Shift, who are going to take map 3. They're going to take the match win with that. But I think for Nemesis now, they need to hope they can get something from these last two.
Yeah. It's been a tough match for them so far. I'm very pressed to call themselves their own worst, nemesis, if you will, right? So far, just unable to really put Shift on the back foot, right? I think that was the closest getting to it, but it's been a really tough one. So all Nemesis can do right now is try to pick up a couple more points along the way, and it's gonna have to happen. Hopefully for them on map number 4, it is gonna be Mander.
watch, you snip, you phone, all this, who cares? Move it, you know how we do this. You know how we do this. Hands up, hitting, you lights, shooting.
And we are off once again. Another map, another opportunity. Some wacky wall rides coming up. And New Prime, as we get into the swing of things, the first one to falter. Team Nemesis still looking for that first map win. Hopefully, we'll be able to make something happen there in Monder, because they got so close just now, Marvella, and it's just not going their way. They're not finding it. But hey, look, if there is one, maybe even two mistakes on the side of Shift, this is what Nemesis needs. They need to pick up the ace right here, right now, to at least put themselves into a favorable position.
Is that a sign of weakness from Team Nemesis? Mistakes from Team Shift, sorry. Mistakes from both players so far. And Team Nemesis, if you're a team contending for the title and you're looking to win the Beacon Duel League, rounds like these, you close out. Rounds like these, you see you're in ace formation, you've got a second gap to your opponents, you close them out. They could even go for the safe finish if they wanted to. It looks like it's clean from both players so far. What are they going to do? Well, no, they both go risky, but that's fine because they both make it. 0.4, 0.5, 3-0 up in round one.
Hey, treat those like in that regard. This risky fin ride, you gotta have the confidence to just go for it. It's just part of the regular lines. I think it would just comprise their usual driving too much if they went for the save. They'd be fine if they went for the save, honestly. It's only a couple tenths of a second that are lost in doing so, but yeah, there's a lot of setup happening right before it, so I'm not surprised that they still went for it. But yeah, taking what they had lying on the table right there, those 3 points, easy grabbings, easy takings, and no pressure faltering them. This time around, Loso having some issues getting through the first sector, through that wall ride. And New Prime, the only left for Shift. Shift has been shifting down, if you will, in the way they have been dominating in this match. Once again, both players down for the count, and Team Nemesis again getting that opportunity for another 3-pointer.
Loso and New Prime, beware. You might be 3 maps up and you might be taking the match win, but if this one were to end 3-2, could we definitively say that Shift were the best team and we're going to win the Beacon Duel League? I'm not too sure. Mime and Paco looking very consistent in this one so far. Once again, they could take the safe finish. What are they going to decide to do? It's risky for both. And it's another 3 points on the board, 6-0 to kick off Mander. I was going to praise Shift for what they've shown during the week playing better matchmaking on Mander, but they haven't shown those same levels so far in these first 2 rounds.
No, Mander just so far not really there. I don't know, maybe not giving it as much attention, maybe just unlucky, right? It could as well be unlucky, but for now, yeah, Team Nemesis 6-0. Big gap has been built up between the two teams, and yeah, Nemesis, it does feel like where last map already was looking somewhat favorable for Nemesis, Shift able to come back into the swing of things. You would expect that, despite Shift being a great of a team as they are, I'm hard pressed to say, oh yeah, they'll just make up 6-0 deficit just like that. This round though, they finally were able to get all the marbles in one row. They're able to get their ducks out and about, and it is gonna be a bit of a closer one this time around. Not just easy peasy, AC speasy. It is instead a hard fight for first place and third place, actually, at the time being.
Yeah, absolutely. At the front, it is New Prime and Paco. Really neck and neck as we're heading into the drift. New Prime has more speed and is going to take a tighter line, but that's going to mean that Paco is going to have the most speed heading into the plastic. But is there anything to differentiate them at the front? Yes, there is. There's 1400ths of a second in the favor of New Prime. It's something for Team Shift.
Yeah, it's that singular point on the board. Obviously, the gap still at 6 points. Team Nemesis now on track point. But at least, you're in there, you're in the mix. You got to make sure that this, you know, not being at 10 points just means you can keep going, you can keep pushing, and that's exactly what Shift is going to have to do right here, right now. Are falling behind a little bit coming out of the wall, right? But honestly, there's still plenty of track remaining for them to catch up, and you can see it happening here already. Entering into the third, Pusa Tapaco does fall behind a little bit. Ooh, recaptures it right there. Honestly, we're talking about minuscule differences between the two teams right now. It looks like Shift finally woke up for this one, and I don't know, maybe they were doing a little bit of a victory lap, or like just, you know, maybe a little bit of pressure was off of Shift's shoulders, knowing that, hey, we have won the match technically. But either way, the match isn't over. Team Nemesis is still looking out to get some points here. And Loso New Prime, as the match has been unfolding, just unable to match the consistency that Nemesis is throwing down. Just the last couple of turns remaining. Definitely is going to be a risky Finn situation. And Nemesis so far have not missed once. They won't do it another time. Point ones from both with an ace there as well. Just cleaning up house. What a role reversal.
What the hell was that? Closing it out with a 0.1 for both players. Both within 0.1 of the league record. That was, well, that was crazy. That was the most dominant performance we've had from either team in the match so far. And let me remind you that the first map, Skeller Rogue, had only aces, and only one of those were for Team Nemesis. You know, pressure can do weird things. And when, you know, Shift know that they've won that third map, do they think the pressure is off and then they just relax? Maybe for Team Nemesis, that means it goes the other way.
Maybe it does, maybe it does. But either way, we got one more map remaining. Maybe we'll get a 3-2 from the most impossible ways forward. So we're going to send this one into orbit.
Echo of the night, we find solace, we find light in the moment cannot. When you hear the music stop, I can see you, I can hear you, and I know that you are strong. You've been dealing with the demons, now you know where you belong. In the echo, echo.
Well, we're looking to see what these two teams can do across 5 maps, and just casting an eye forward to when we get to playoffs. What will that look like in a best of 5 format? Well, if it was a best of 5, we would have ended this one, and Shift would have won, and nobody would have questioned it. But questions remain, because Team Nemesis' performances on Mander was nothing short of impressive, and they're going to try and replicate that on Orbit. At the moment, it's Paco who's leading us. After that drift, it seemed like both Shift players got a little bit too much airtime, and New Prime, more than Loso, is sent to the back of the pack, and this could be an early win for Mime, as he's hunting down Loso heading into this dirt. He's going to have a nice line into the penalty stand, should send it into the reactor, but his teammate Paco sends it into the wall himself. Loso gets a clip. Paco catches back up, and as they head through the orbit, no! He clips
Kids, close your eyes.
But open them again. No, Mime! Not again! New Prime makes it into the finish. Is it gonna... And after all of that, we got a draw. It was impossible to explain what was happening, but forget about it. You know, we go 0-0, 1-1.
That was an absolute bloodbath, honestly. I hope any and all kids weren't watching to experience all of that. Body parts flying across the stadium, and yeah, I mean, I guess a draw is all we got for that, but what a draw to be happening in that manner. Because first half-wise, things were looking, you know, just your regular old run-of-the-mill Trackmania match, and then all of that happened, right? The moment we started to head into orbit is when players lost control, and well, that was quite the adventure. This one, though, we are left with 3 players heading into this no-engine wall ride, with Loso currently behind by about 0.8 of a second, and it's going to be up to New Prime to do a little bit of defense, a little bit of triage, but so far, Mime and Pusa Tapaco keeping him away, doesn't want him to get into the thick of things in any way, shape, or form. And you know what? With that pole also being touched a little bit by New Prime, may be enough for Team Nemesis to pick up the ace here. Just one more turn coming up. A little bit of a narrow sector, but doesn't look like that is any issue whatsoever for Mime and Tapaco. It is going to be an ace. It's going to be 4-1.
Look, they've obviously won this match, but I still have concerns for Shift because, you know, both of these teams, they've performed really well across the league phase. They're both going to go to playoffs. They are among the favorites to take the win overall. But, you know, if you lose these last two maps in sort of the same fashion as it was on Mander, what does that do to your confidence? You know, what does that do to your ego? If you end up meeting Team Nemesis again in those playoffs, that will linger in the mind. And for me, if I was Team Shift, I'd be, you know, trying my best to try and pick it up here. Otherwise, you know, there could be doubts heading into that final week. But in this one, they're trying to put those doubts to bed, as New Prime is off to a great start in this one, and his teammate is trying to back him up, trying to get that counter ace on the board. But Paco and Mime are still in this one. They're not far from those Team Shift players. New Prime seems to be on a banger of a time, but what is happening behind him?
Yeah, Loso is trying to catch up, and unfortunately, as he is trying to catch up, he does crash into that block.
No.
Pusta Tapaco having some issues, getting a bit too close to the hole there. Does mean he's gonna leave Mine to fight for that second place, because at the moment, New Prime is just flying out. He's just getting it.
0.1!
At what do you mean? Paco. Oh, barely makes it happen. I mean, that was dangerous, right? That is one of those situations where, despite Loso, you know, he did make the mistake a bit earlier on. You do expect that second mistake to be the one to lose out, but fortunately for Team Nemesis, right, that gap was large enough. So, you know, it just came down to a draw, and I don't think they mind at all.
It's just, I mean, New Prime to pull off that time in a round of that fashion, it's just mental. I think, you know, this match has shown why these two teams are the best in the league, and the best across the Beacon Duo League so far, with the times that they are capable of driving. In this one, it's looking a lot tighter though. It's Loso and New Prime hand in hand heading into the second half of the map. It's Mime who's just nipping at their heels, trying to get them to make a mistake, trying to put the pressure on, and Paco doing similarly as well as they head into the reactor. We've seen mistakes on this orbit before. Who is it going to come from this time? If anyone, it doesn't look like there are any mistakes, but who gets the most speed? Who gets through precision? Everybody does, and New Prime and Loso maintain that first and second place, but Mime is pushing. He's trying to avoid the ace. Does he make it? Yes, he does. On the line.
Victory.
That really came down to a beautiful round, honestly, from everyone there, just pushing it with everything they've got. And that was a great result as well, with that snipe right there at the end to stop the ace from happening, to keep Nemesis in the lead. Paco did what he needed to do, and that has been one of the trademarks, honestly, of his match, with a bit of a sloppier third line, though, falls behind. But at the same time, Loso having even more issues does mean that Paco will be in a bit of no man's land until he crashes out. But at the front, it is Mime and New Prime to fight for first place, and it has been so decisive throughout this match each and every time. For the time being, though, Mime has the lead on New Prime, only by 1/10 of a second, and well, New Prime's got to have to hope that Loso catches up.
Yeah, look, Mime was once regarded as the breakthrough player when he entered into TMGL from TMCL. And now he's fighting, well, against that new generation. New Prime is one of those up-and-coming players who's looking to dominate the scene, at least going into this year. And a win here for Team Shift could do exactly that. Mime! The slight clip, is he able to save it? What? How does he keep it on the track? Is he going to stay ahead of New Prime on the line? What the hell was that? A 0.4, he clipped, but he saved it, and he still makes it to the end. That was some car control of the gods.
If there is something that Mime is very good at, it is that type of control, right? If something does occur, if there is this slight, bump in the road, I'll call it that. He is very good at doing that. One of the things that characterizes him very well is if he does make an early mistake, you should never, ever count him out. He is so good at making those comebacks, and it's probably that skill as well that allowed himself to be in contention, to stay in contention throughout that. One player who is going to be unable to stay in contention for this one, though, is going to be Loso. Slight touch happening right before the engine off blocks. And yeah, it's going to leave the New Prime to be doing some defense, to be put on the back foot, honestly, because so far, Team Nemesis' first 3 maps have been on the back foot for most of it. And yeah, Shift are finally starting to see and understand, starting to feel the full power of Team Nemesis. as New Prime does have the lead, but the gap is still minor. Nemesis is fine with draws, with ties, with anything along those lines. And that is going to be exactly that. 9-6. And yeah, Nemesis, I'm hard-pressed to see them let this one go.
Draw.
Yeah, look, they're keeping their name in the hat, Team Nemesis. They're saying, look, those first 3 maps didn't go our way. We had opportunities, we weren't able to take them, but these last 2, it's looked like a different team, honestly, especially Mime. His performance has been really, really strong. We saw that push that he had in that previous round to avoid the ace from Shift. And otherwise, it's been quite consistent as well from him on this map. Loso, that was a blip, but he keeps it on the track, and he's still in contention in this one. New Prime, his teammate, is leading at the front, and this is a tighter, a closer affair than we have seen in previous rounds. Well, you know, Team Nemesis, they only need 1 point, and, well, Loso's going to gift it to them. He's going to send it off the track, and, well, New Prime decided to do the same. Shift, they just want to end it here. They want to say, we'll see you in playoffs. You guys take this one. It's a free round, free gift. You know, enjoy it. It's like, you know, give them a little bit of money to a kid and say, you know, get yourself something nice.
You know, get a nice little ice cream out there. I mean, some would say I would. They sent themselves into orbit, honestly, with that move that they made right there. And yeah, Mime Paco with that are going to be able to pick up the pieces after a terrible start to their match. They managed to finish things off, not by just winning map number 5, but also picking up the ace to close things out. It is still Shift winning the match, bringing them 4 points, and Team Nemesis is going to have to settle for 2. Yeah, I think, as you were mentioning earlier on, right, this may throw a little bit of seed of doubt on the Shift side of things, knowing that despite their strong performance on Marabella 1 Triller on Skella Rogue, it's going to be a tough one. But I'm curious to hear and see what our host thought about that match.
I think Shift came in today with a job to do, and honestly, they got it done early on, Babs. They came in with a mission. They won 3 maps in a row, and from there, I think that was it. To be honest, I think with that 3 maps, Shift just secured their position at the top of the table, and from there, they didn't have to worry too much anymore.
Yeah, not for the league phase, but I mean, I mentioned that on the cast, and we predicted Shift to win this one, but I think despite their win, I'm somehow less confident for their chances going forward. I'm really not sure what to think about that one after the last 2 maps.
Yeah, absolutely. We might just pull up the standings very quickly here to see how that affected, because obviously these were the top 2 teams in our standings as well. And Legion, as Babs has mentioned there, they will be playing again in the playoff stage, probably at some point, assuming Nemesis hold on to this second place. The 2 map wins there, going to help them on that one as well. And I don't know, I mean, how are you feeling then, Legion, if these 2 teams do end up with the rematch in the playoffs, about that rematch?
I mean, it was admittedly sloppy. Of a performance, but to be fair, I think when you've kind of secured your spot in the playoffs, it's not uncommon, especially in traditional sports, where we do see teams just sort of, throw caution to the wind, kind of just do whatever, and, they don't really have anything to play for. So while I was surprised at the outcome, I don't think that this is going to be the Shift we'll see for the rest of the event. Once we actually get into playoffs, I think they're going to go back to firing on all cylinders.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see. Well, we'll have to ask them as well. We will be getting New Prime in here in just a second for a quick interview to see how they're feeling after that match, after coming up against the Team Nemesis that have been shadowing them in the standings all league phase long. Of course, Shift do still have a game in hand. Nemesis still with 2 to play today. Shift with only 1 match remaining. They will be going up against Thrive Oserve. I tell a lie. Thrive Oserve obviously will not be there. So Shift to finish their league play is the quick one. We are going to get New Prime in for a quick interview. New Prime, welcome to the stream. Congratulations on the win. League play finished for you guys, and you're sitting comfortably at the top of the standings.
Yeah, hello. Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know what to say. It was
No,
crazy.
completely fair. Yeah, that was a good match. I do want to check with you guys. I mean, you came in, you won the 3 matches. Were you kind of feeling comfortable after you won your first 3 maps? Or do you feel you gave your best performance in the last 2 maps, I guess, is really the question.
No, like Loso and me were like, after we won 3 maps, like, yeah, we won, just play and let's finish this. We don't really, not that we don't care, but We were like, also we didn't have a good start into the blue map. And we were like, yeah, just get it over with. They are good on the blue map. We just give it. And on the last map, Loso's cat walked on his desk, so we got kind of distracted. But yeah, we both locked in the first 3 maps, I think, and after that we were already, because we also had a match before, pretty fried in the brain.
Yeah, I mean, listen, fair enough. You know, you're making it to playoffs. You're going to be seed 1 going into those Division 1 playoffs. A lot of people have put yourselves and Nemesis as the 2 favorites for the competition overall. Do you have an eye sort of on potentially like a finals match and meeting Team Nemesis in the playoffs again?
Yeah, like first of all, our goal was like to close it out in the league phase and to get the top 2 spot. So we're in the upper bracket final. And today, I think me and Loso had a warm-up match, so that, in my opinion, that always helps. And I think Mime and Paco like just started playing, and I could see them definitely practicing next week a bit more. And I think it can be really close, but they're really strong if they perform to their level.
My question for you, New Prime, is yes, you and Nemesis are at the top of the league. You guys have really shown that you are the team to beat. In a hypothetical, say you don't see Nemesis again, they get knocked out. Who is the team that you would look to be sort of the, I guess, the number 2 at that point? Who do you think would beat them, if anybody, who you would maybe end up with in the finals?
Well, I think it's really hard to say. I mean, first of all, technically or mathematically, I don't know how the other matches went, is not sure who's even in the playoffs. But I mean, Big, technically they're crazy players. If Master said on stream they can win it all, I don't know. Maybe if they lock in next week, they can technically do it. Don't know how much time they're willing to invest. And otherwise, maybe Richie Melio, but I don't know. To be honest, I don't see another team, like, if we even beat them in the upper bracket final, to beat Nemesis in the consolidation final.
Well, it's going to be exciting to see how things do shake out. It's going to be a very interesting playoffs, no matter what happens. Finally, we do have one very important question, New Prime. Do you think, or did Epos even consult you before he turned you into Frodo?
Yeah. We did that together. I was like more. He wanted to do something funny, and I was like, yeah, do whatever. I don't care. Like, just do whatever you want.
Yeah, no, absolutely. New Prime, congratulations again. An absolutely fantastic series and a fantastic league play overall from you and Loso on this one. And best of luck in the playoffs. Is there anything else you'd like to add before we let you go here?
Just thank you for the organization overall. I really enjoy like the tournament itself. Like in the beginning I was a bit skeptical because like maps were super hard, but once you put in the time and you play these matches, it's a lot of fun. Yeah.
Yeah, that's great. New Prime. Yeah. Nope.
Yeah,
okay.
Thank you.
Ideal. New Prime, no, thank you very much. We'll let you go. I know you've played a couple of very difficult matches. Your brain probably fried. We'll let you go and sleep it off. Have a good one.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
And we're going to head to a quick break. We will be back after that break with our second match of the day. We're heading down to Division 2, and it's another top-of-the-table clash as the Puff Bros take on Team 5W. It's all to play for. There is none of the action today that you want to miss, but this one especially you're not going to want to miss. So don't go anywhere. We will see you all very shortly. Welcome back to the Beacon Duo League, where before we get into our second match of the day, I would like to remind everyone that there is a prize pool for this event. And not only is there a prize pool, it's one that you can donate to as well. If you've been enjoying the matches, if you think these players deserve a little bit more at the top of the table for the hard work they have put in, currently we are sitting at a €3,855.89 prize pool, of which €355.89 has very generously come from crowdfunding. So as always, I believe the Nightbot in Twitch chat can remind you where that link is. I see Babs going to type it in right now in order to pull that up. He's very on the ball, is our Babs. But we are going to get ready for our second match of the day, and we are heading down to Division 2 for this one. Both of these teams looking like they are securely in the promo relegation tournament, fighting maybe more for seeding over anything else, but also I think, Boney, fighting to make sure that they feel good going into that tournament as well.
Yeah, it's obviously been a tough qualifiers, I think, for all of these teams, right? It's very much Div 1 versus Div 2. Teams across the board, honestly, you could say, especially at the top, if we've seen right now, are very much on level with what you can expect in Div 1. So right now, it is very important to build up that confidence, to build up the momentum, to make sure that you are locked in, ready to go. And yeah, definitely Puff Bros 5W, the two teams we're going to see in just a little bit are two of those that very much need it.
Yeah, they will probably need it. Puff Bros, I think, in particular, quite interesting as this tournament has gone on, Babs. Spam, not necessarily on home setup today, so maybe a little bit interesting to see how this one goes for the team. But they've gotten better as time goes on.
Yeah, I mean, for me, this is the Team Shift versus Team Nemesis of Div 2. And that's not just because they're first and second. I do feel like these two have been above the rest. And I think 5W have been relatively consistent since the start, and Puff Bros have grown into the competition. Like you said, they're experienced, they both have or are currently professional players, so you expect that. They have that high skill ceiling, so the more time they have on these maps, the better they're going to get. But I still think this is going to be a very tough match for them against 5W. Jan and Marsley look very prepared, look very strong, and as you said, Spam, he's currently in Norway playing on a less than optimal setup. I mean, he does have some very nice curtains behind him, and believe me, I am an expert on curtains.
Yeah, we know all about Babs's curtains here on Beacon World League, Duo League, doesn't matter, Beacon in general. Boney, I do want to touch then on 5W as well, because I feel like maybe compared, obviously, to the other team of Pack and Spam, people probably less familiar with 5W. Is this too expectations for them with the performances? Are they overachieving? Is this maybe underachieving? Should they have been a Div 1 team coming in?
I am hard pressed to say. I think maybe Div 1 would have been a better spot for them. Obviously, there's only room for 8, and it just comes down to the performance on the day. But I do believe that with their performance thus far, and the way the two players in and of themselves, right, Jan and Marsley, both just phenomenal players. Maybe not as known as Spam and Pack, but I feel like that's just cheating. It is very much that new blood versus the old guard, and 5W, honestly, I think they very much deserve, and they are, with already having only played 5 rounds, right, putting themselves on 24 points in first place. I mean, they're all but guaranteed to make the run for Division 1 to get into that next season.
Yeah, well, fingers crossed for them. I'm going to move us on to predictions for this match, because it does feel tough. I mean, Jan and Marsley, Babs, as you said, they did start the tournament off very strong. They've continued very strong. They have 2 6-0s already under their belt. They've been looking not just consistent and fast, but dominant when they have their match. But Puff Bros are Puff Bros, and I mean, it's Spam and Pack, and it feels hard to count them out in any match, especially 3 weeks in when they have a bit of experience on the map. So, with all of that in mind, with everything that's been said, Babs, what is your prediction for this match?
I think the key thing that you said is that 5W, when they have their match, they can win this. And I think they're going to have to handle Pack, one of the best players in the world. Look, I know he is backed up by Spam, but he is the main threat coming from Puff Bros. So it's going to take both of the 5W players to take him down. So if they both play well, they can do it. And I'm hoping they will today. So I'm going to go at 5W.
5W from Babs. Boney, feeling the same way?
I do. I mean, I definitely do expect it to be a hard one, especially with Puff Rose. I mean, if there's something spam, I know in particular, right, how much he can grow into a tournament. I've seen it happen in person at a LAN where at the start of the day it's like, anybody can beat him too. Oh no, he's ready. And I think that is the point that he is reaching, and the fact that he is together with with Pac, does mean that it's tough. And still though, I do believe 5W may be picking it up, but it's going to be a tight one. I think a 3-2 is on the board.
Well, it's going to be a tight one. It's going to be tough. We're ready to head on over to the match. We're going to throw it to casters for this second match of the day. Puff Bros versus 5W. It's the caster duo, all-American reject. Legion, how you feeling over there with Randomize?
If only he had his mic unmuted. It's definitely American reject. Definitely American rejects, you know.
I'm doing great. I know what I'm doing. Oh my god, I always have it muted, and the one time I need to unmute it. Randomize, good to be in the booth with you. I think last time we casted, we were on a couch together.
Yeah, no, I mean, and not in America. We were all the way over in Germany. So it's finally we get to be in our own homes, in our own comfort, getting to cast together. It's always a pleasure to work with you, man.
Absolutely. So obviously, 5W, Puff Bros, we heard the predictions from the analyst desk, and of course, I'm going to ask you the same question, Randomize. Who do you think is going to come out on top here?
Honestly, it's a hard call, just because both teams, you know, 5W currently first in the league, but Puff Bros, they're pros. You know, you never know what's going to happen. But I think with pressure not really being a thing too much for either team, I can kind of see 5W take this one. What about you, man?
You know me, a little bit of stats here and there. I like to, look at the objective numbers, but however, I am a diehard meme guy, all right? I don't care what it is. I don't care what the analysts say. I don't care what the viewers say. I'm going with Puff Bros all the way because, gosh darn it, I love Spam and I love Pac. So I'm going to go Puff Bros on this one.
That's fair. I love them too. And honestly, it'd be really good. But we're going to be getting into our first map, which will be Marabello. So looking forward to that one for sure, as we are going to be getting this race underway. And Legion, let's take it off.
All right, first round of many here on Marabello, Puff Bros, and 5W. This is the fight for the top of Division 2. And just through the first checkpoint, we already got a 10th. We have seen a lot of different lines here through this ice slide onto the booster, and it looks like it is Marsley who has gotten the best of it. Jan trailing behind, but not by much, still very much in this fight. Pac and Spam doing a wonderful job right now of hounding Marsley for that first position as we get into another set of jumps here. Some more technical corners coming up, but it's been a great start for everybody thus far.
Yeah, unfortunately. Yeah, I was about to say, in the back, Spam just completely forgot to turn his aim hacks on and missed the jump. So unfortunately, he's going to be way out of this fight. But so it's down to Pac to kind of set the tone of whether or not 5W is going to be able to walk away with this one with a victory, or even maybe an ace, or if Pac can just get in the way. And Pac currently is doing a great job putting himself up in front of the group and looking to try to force this one to start off with a draw. No big deal for Spammy. Again, not home, not playing on his setup, so maybe his aim hacks aren't all installed, unfortunately.
Yeah, those take a little bit of configuration. Not that I would do them or anything. God, my aim's bad. I am proud of the fact that I can't aim sometimes. But yeah, Spam they're probably happy with Pac grabbing first place, and Pac is no pushover. I mean, look at the size of the guy. It's, you'd be lucky to move him even an inch. So he's already kind of showing that he is probably going to be at least the main man to beat, not to count Spam out at all. He's still very much a threat here, but right now it's a bit of a cold start here for the Dutch driver. Unlike some Dutch drivers who get pole position, Spam right now not one of them in last here, but thankfully Pac's still up front, and we do see 1 and 2 of the 5W guys. Or no, sorry, it was Marsley and Pac both making mistakes, so now it is Spam's turn to try and overtake and get another draw here.
Yeah, Pac currently failing the driver's test and the driving into everything, not really pulling off a K-turn properly there. I don't know what was going on, but yeah, no, so it's down to Spam. Spam is 0.6 behind. I don't really see anything happening unless Jan just drives into some weird wall. So yeah, it's going to be a relatively clear victory for 5W. Sometimes it happens. Some rounds just become a bit of a troll round. It happens. We all have it. Even the best of the best can do something weird. But 5W have officially started the match with a lead. It only took 2 rounds to do it, but again, from my predictions, generally not surprised to see 5W kind of, I don't know if I want to say like waking up. We're waking up, Legion, but they've been awake. But looking like they're waking up for competition a little bit more, as Pac is now going to be falling back into 3rd place, while Marsley and Jan are trying to break away.
Well, it's one thing to get the lead, it's another thing to keep it all the way through to the end of the map. And of course, this is still the first of 5 that we'll be playing today, as Marsley gets the bug slide a little incorrect, so Pac will get the overtake, but Jan still in the lead, about 1/4 of a second at the last checkpoint. We'll see if that has grown. It has. 2 tenths being tacked on there. Spam way down there. He had a mistake very early on, so he's more just trying to get to the finish line in a reasonable amount of time. But Marsley back on the attack, does get the overtake through the chicane. They go. They're going to be even as Pac and Marsley get the same drift, but it looks like the British driver may just have enough. But Marsley! Wow! 19 thousandths of a second. Marsley says, that's a great run. Here's my end. I'll take the ace. No points for you. Wow.
Yeah, Pac ended up, he had more speed, but the line was wider, which allowed Marsley to just take the real inside line. And since the finish line is in a diagonal, so you want to get closer to the left side so you get through that finish line earlier, and it really worked well for Marsley. Marsley just demonstrating the skill that these young bloods have against the old school Trackmania players. You can't sleep on them. I mean, again, it's Seed 1 versus Seed 2 here in Division 2. So generally not surprised to see how close the match has been, at least for 5W versus Pac. Spammy's trying. He's on a different setup. He's just there. He's the cheerleader for Pac at the moment, just letting him take it on. And to be fair, honestly, we really look at it, Legion. This, I believe, if I remember correctly, this is Spammy's worst map. He tends to struggle on this one the most out of all the other maps, if I remember from watching past matches. So I generally think this is just, Pac, just do your thing. I'm going to be here, and then we're going to fight this one out. Speaking of fighting it, Jan somehow finds a little bit more exit speed at the end there. Pac falls back down into P2, but what a close round out of the 2 of them. Pac could not, hold on long enough, and 5W 2 points away from taking the first track.
Yeah, I think the plan here for Puff Bros, like you said, with Spam not really feeling this track as much, maybe not really worrying about the mental. I know
Jan.
Oh boy. Okay, so Jan is out of this for now. Could come back. Now he's very, very much out of this, so it's up to Marsley to try and get a draw here. But anyways, yeah, with Spam not having the most incredible time with Marabello, I think that, the mindset for PB is just, hey, you know what? We're going to go in there, we're going to drive, whatever happens, happens. Don't stress it, because when you're fighting 1 and 2 at the top of your division, it can be easy to sort of lose yourself a little bit in all of the mistakes. So I think it's maybe a decision from these two to just say, you know what? We'll forget about this map. There's still going to be 4 more maps to play. Still plenty of chances to actually take the series. Yeah, we're on the back foot, but it's not really that much of an issue here when you look at sort of the pedigree that Spam and Pac are known for. And Pac gets to the line first, Marsley second, so they will get a round victory here. 5W still on match point, but yeah, I think this is just going to be their throwaway, and then they just lock in.
And that's like one of the, really interesting things about the way this format works compared to your typical, best of 3, best of 5, where you can have a throwaway map, not a big deal, because of the fact that you have to play all 5 maps during league play. So in reality, sure, it's not a big deal if you throw a map away, but you are actually losing speaking of losing, we lost Spammy in this one, but you are losing out on some of those map points you can get overall in league play. So, I mean, again, in the end of the day, it doesn't matter. We're towards the end of league play. These are literally the top 2 seeds at the moment. As we heard the desk say, people are... What is going on? People are just pretty much playing for seeding, as we see. Pac made a small mistake. Jan made a bigger mistake. Spammy's still in the back. And then Marsley is on a nice little stroll up in front. Maybe world record? I don't know.
It'd be interesting. World record's a 107.205. So that is by Marsley, but he's gonna probably a little bit too far off. We'll see just how close, and he is gonna be way off. As he makes a mistake, Pat goes ahead. Unfortunately, it's not gonna matter because Marsley overtaken by Jan, but just crossing the line now. So that will be Marabello done and dusted. 5W take map number 1. And Puff Bros, I think now is the time that they get back into it, and we see the true potential.
Yeah, I mean, again, I think we both agree that was a throwaway map for them. So now it's time to see what Puff Bros, excuse me, it's still too early for me. It's time to see what they can really do. I mean, Thriller has been such a back and forth for them at the beginning of the season, and now they seem to be a lot more comfortable on the map. So I think it's time we see what they can do here at the end of league play on to Thriller.
Don't pause, press. Don't pause, press.
Match 2 here, folks. Just finishing up warm-up. Puff Bros 5W. It is the latter of the teams here who have taken map number 1 as we head to Thriller. Bit of a forgettable map number 1 for the Puff Bros, but we'll see just how well they can moonwalk the competition here, as Spam is starting to feel himself a little bit. And at the start, though, still pretty even as we hit the engine off into this big drop down.
Yeah, no, I saw what you did there. You're not getting away with that one. Spinning around, sliding around, just like MJ would himself, and that is going to have Spammy back far enough. It's amazing how much a setup could probably change up how you play. Unfortunately for Spam, since he is not home on the setup, he falls farther back, but the race is really happening between Pac and Jan up in front. The 3-letter names taking on each other as Jan looking to extend the lead a tiny bit, but Pac with better inside lines. Goes a little bit higher, clips his wheel, so he's going to lose that speed. And the scary part is making that jump. Yeah, no, Pac has to make a quick call. Wait, we're seeing a lot of mistakes. Jan made a mistake as well. Marsley goes up front. Spammy takes P2, so what we thought was a Pac and Jan battle turned into a Marsley walking in. Spammy goes, whew, thank God they fell behind.
The hesitation from Pac. I've been in that position before, and I'm sure you have too, Randomize. And I mean, obviously, he's lucky that he had a teammate there, because usually when you make that mistake, it's in Cup of the Day and you're out. But yeah, still the expected result, still the 2-1 from 5W. So that's a good start. Maybe not what they wanted. I was gonna say when you were saying the battle of the 3-letter names, I was about to say, oh well, it seems to be a pattern here with 3-letter names being quick, and then obviously that happens. So I think it might not be the case, but it has been an absolutely great start for Jan. Absolutely picks up a huge chunk of time through the ice 360, so that will extend the lead. Pac right now having to play catch up to Marsley at the moment, and then Spam is really just not having a great start here on Thriller, but this is 5W's chance to get halfway to 10. If they can get this ace here, we're heading down through the grass, and we are jumping to the quarter pipe. We see some slightly different lines. Yo, Jan getting a little bit chunky there, and he is going to clip. Does Pack have anything to say? No, he can't over Marsley. Jan goes safe, and Spam just now arriving on the scene. Wow. Did he? I think Jan had a slight clip on the latter half of the quarter pipe jump.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, he went low, and then I think he thought he had just enough speed. He looked like he had just enough speed, but I think what ended up happening was if he jumped a little bit later, it would have been fine, but he jumped early, and that caused him to clip and lose a lot of that speed, and we're seeing a little bit of a uncharacteristic mistake coming out of Marsley, who is just struggling at this point. This is why learning Neo Slides is the best thing I've ever done, because when you make a mistake, you can still make the drift. But Jan, all by himself up in front now, and unfortunately Spammy makes another mistake, so that's going to allow Marsley, who has a lot more speed in the back, to jump up, almost get closer to Spam. Thankfully, the map slows everybody down, so Spammy's able to still hold P3. Jan up in front, though, taking on Pack, doing a good job with a 0.36 lead, and probably extending it a little bit more. He is, and Pack just looking a lot more comfortable now. Again, there's not a lot of pressure on this match in general, but you still want bragging rights. You still want to be able to do what you can. And Spammy, unfortunately, making a mistake in the backpack. Looking a lot better. So does Jan. And that's going to be P2 and P3 for 5W. It's going to be a draw. So it's going to be a 3 to 5 point. It's only about a victory's distance from each other. Not the worst thing ever. But Puff Bros, I don't know. It's hard to say. You know, Spam, again, not on his home setup, so it could be tricky, you know, Legion. I don't know about you, like I've done plenty of traveling, competing in gaming, and there have been times where the setup itself really just threw off my game completely.
Yeah, I haven't had as much travel experience as you, but then I've also played in sort of small events at like just gaming venues, and it does throw you off because you get so used to whatever it is that you're comfortable with, that what you end up doing is trying to compromise as much as you can. I know, especially, to reference another game like Team Fortress 2, I have my graphical setup and my keybind setup, and I know that if I went to a LAN with a different computer, I would have to bring the config files with me, so that way I could actually get it the way I want, because if I were to do it via the games menus, it would take forever and be trash. So hopefully when we get to playoffs, Spam is back where he should be. But into the jump here, Pack, pretty close, but not close enough. But Spam will secure the tie once again. So 4 to 6 Puff Bros, keeping 5W in check.
Yeah, I mean, slowly but surely creeping up towards that that map point. Puff Bros, they really need to look for some sort of victory, or even an ace would be great. But even a victory, it would put them down to a 1-point deficit. It would be a lot more comfortable to try to go for riskier rounds. But at the moment, when you're down 2 points, it can be a little tricky to really make that push you want to make comfortably. But Jan and Marsley, even Marsley, wow, what an exit speed coming out of him, that spin, doing a nice job getting up ahead. Jan, I think that's 2 rounds in a row where he was a little bit slower going through the 360 spin, and now we have Pac, who is fighting his way up to P1. Sometimes you have to beat them with submission, and if you can get them tired and just constantly draw, I mean, Pac and Spam, if there's one thing they definitely have experience on, it's the length of matches and just the pressure and playing kind of like in a fatigue way, but it doesn't seem to work out for him. Marsley is going to get up in front. It's going to be a victory. It's going to be a 5 to 8 5W, now on track point and looking to take their second point overall.
You mentioned that Puff Bros maybe not risking or having a reason to, but if they want to be winning this map and potentially the next ones, they need to start risking now, because they can't afford anything less than a draw here. Because if 5W wins the round, the match or the map is over. If they draw, they bring it out one more, but then Puff Bros immediately has to ace twice, or ace once, and then I think a victory would be enough, but Spam is really struggling right now. He's way back as Jan, big error there on the Ice 360. He's able to climb back up onto the platform piece to at least stay in the fight, relatively speaking, but for Puff Bros to get this ace, they are going to have to bank on Marsley making some sort of critical error, and as in rounds past, that has not been the case. Pack gets in very, very close, but it is still not enough to overtake. We could see a mistake into the quarter pipe. Marsley and Pack, very low jumps for them, and Pack's going to go over the side. That'll put him off the risky line, but
Jan's
thankfully,
back.
Spam is there to take it. Does Jan have something? Yes, he does. And in a strange twist of fate, 5W is gonna take Thriller 10-6 off the back of Pack's error there right at the end.
Yeah, I mean, 5W looking pretty damn good. It's one of the reasons why it was my prediction. I wasn't expecting it to be like this, but then again, you know, I keep mentioning it because for me, it's a big factor. When you're not on your home setup, it can be very difficult. So unfortunately for Spammy, he is traveling around the world and being able to play video games everywhere, maybe orbiting around. So let's check out Orbit.
Damn it.
Echo of the night, we find solace, we find light in the moment cannot. When you hear the music stop, I can see you, I can hear you, and I know that you are strong. You've been dealing with the demons, now you know where you belong. In the echo,
Well, we're orbiting around the world of Trackmania, and it lands us right here at map number 3, Orbit. 5W up 2-0 overall on Puff Bros here, the 1 and 2 seeds of Division 2, battling for supremacy, and it has been a very cold start for the Puff Bros squad. Perhaps the weights at the gym not really what they are used to, as we see a very familiar situation of Pack up front with Spammy in the back. Jan and Marsley trailing behind the British driver, but closing rapidly.
Ooh, Spammy act. Oh, right, as I said that. I can't even say that was a caster curse because all I said was his name. Unfortunately, tried to really go on the inside into clipping his wheel. Thankfully, the car's pointing down with a reactor boost, so it's able to push him forward. So it's not the end of the world. But speaking of the end of the world, coming around the world, and as we go into the orbit, Pac trying to get better exit speed. Goes a little bit wider, that allows him to get a more straight line. It's going to come down to the tech difference, and it looks like Pac is going to have a little bit more speed and be able to push up into P1, forcing the draw in round 1.
This is turning into Pac carrying Spam. Spam might be Frodo this time around, so we'll see if the Dutch driver can get something out of this, can start to maybe get to grips with that setup and start getting some results here, because he has not had really a good performance, which is unfortunate.
Yes. Have you looked at their titles of their streams?
No, I have not actually.
Pac literally has
look.
The carry.
And what does Spam have? Just speak in Duo League from...
I'm in Norway.
I'm in Norway. Okay. Well, there you go. Pac knows what's up. Spam obviously knows what's up. I'd hope he would know his geographical location at the moment. I'd be a little concerned if he didn't. But it is right now Pac doing just that. He is carrying. Jan has overtaken Spam for second place. Marsley has had a bit of an error here. So we are going to go into the bug slide, orbiting what is probably more of a black hole than a planet. But Pac gets out away from the event horizon, does not fall in, rather. So he will take first place unless he hits. He does. That could have been catastrophic. Spam grabs third. One interesting thing to note with the Risky Fin here on Orbit is that the hitbox for the finish, the little holographic part you go through, actually extends a little beyond that first green light pole, so you can still hit it and actually get the finish. So a bit lucky there for Pac.
It's actually a strat. They're going for that because that is the closest part of the finish line to the player, since you're coming at a slight diagonal angle. So it makes sense that the players are doing it, but sometimes it's so scary because it stops at the white neon light. So if you go a little bit too far to the right, you can actually miss, and sometimes you won't even recognize it until it's too late. And it's a scary thing that these players go for. Every pixel counts when it comes to getting some of the best times on these maps, and these players have been demonstrating very well how they are able to just aim for the smallest, the tiniest little bit of pixel in the game as we come around the world to the final moments here. Again, Jan doing a really great job up in front, and Marsley with a better tech drift, and that's going to allow him to take over into P2 and get the ace for 5W. Puff Bros finally had the lead for once, and 5W shut that down real quick.
Yeah, 5W is here to play. They're not here to mess around. They know that obviously playoffs are next week. They don't have to worry. They're not in the promos, or they are in the promo zone. They are top of. Yeah, they are top of Div 2. I was thinking of Div 1. I'm like, they're not at the bottom. They don't have anything to worry about, which, to be fair,
it feels
there
like
are
a Div 1 match.
It does. Absolutely, it feels like a Div 1 match. Almost a mirror of what we saw with Shift and Nemesis, where it seems like one team maybe really isn't all there. Spam has made a mistake after Pack has made his, so this is basically just a throwaway round for 5W. They don't have to worry about anything. It still annoys me you say it's a planet and not a black hole though, randomized. So we're gonna have a chat about that, because it is a hole. It is colored black, so technically it is a black hole. I mean, you can orbit a planet too, but a black hole's much scarier here. Let's see. You know what? Let's see if somebody clips. Is Marsley gonna clip it? No. Is Jan gonna clip it? No, of course not. Spam doesn't hit it, and Pack is just pulling up to the scene. So.
Oh,
yeah,
Jan.
it doesn't matter. Oh, Jan made a mistake, so Marsley will overtake, but I don't think Spam's really close enough. Oh, Spam! Oh my god, even with the save finish, Jan finishes just about a 10th ahead of Spam, and Pack bringing up the rear here. Second ace in a row for 5W. They're up 8-3.
Yeah, that was a little bit of a close one right there. I mean, 5W already in the lead in every aspect you can look at it right now in the match, but he would still kind of feel a little, I don't know, poopy. I can't think of the word, but it would suck if you had like this great lead just to throw it away like that. And sometimes it can mess with your morale. Sometimes you can laugh it off. You never know. Every person's a little bit different, so that is just definitely not something you want to just throw away. I mean, you're playing some big names, and to be able to say, yeah, like I'm doing really well against these names, it's gotta feel good, you know, on the mental game. But it's okay. Everything shakes out. 5W still gets the ace. They're up in front. We're already at like halfway through this the next round, as Marsley is already pushing in, and Pac gets now stuck between the two 5W players as we come around in orbit one more time. My brain, every time it goes around, my head just keeps hearing that song Around the World. Thanks, Daft Punk.
Well, it's we're gonna go.
No.
Oh, Spam got the overtake on Jan, so it could have been a draw. It goes to a victory, so Puff Bros down by 4, but need 5 to win this. They need an ace, and then probably at the very least a victory if my math is correct. So this could be the comeback. Obviously, I'm not an Atlanta Falcons fan, so I'm not getting any PTSD just yet. When you talk about the big names playing against the other big names, yeah, this is definitely a bit of a reminiscing point if things go the way I want it to. But obviously not as Pack. Big hit just before the reactor down, so that leaves just Spam to well, not really have much. He's got to bank on mistakes coming out from Jan, which has happened. Jan has respawned, which leaves Marsley alone, but Spam still 3/10 away from the German driver. Does he have any response? Does Marsley have any unforeseen errors ahead? Spam slowing down. He goes back. Pact overtakes. It's half a second. Jan's probably calling out, just safe it, just safe it. You don't need to risk The gap is fine around the black hole, dropping down, and I think this should just about do it. Marsley, a commanding finish here, takes it pretty quick, a 105.69, nice finish, nice time, and it will be Spam having a really awkward bounce, and that will close it out here on Orbit. 5W beats Puff Bros by 5, 11-6.
Man, that was a crazy last few rounds, especially like 5W, especially Marsley. Marsley was just playing out of his mind in that last few rounds for sure. I mean, most of the rounds pretty much, but like those last few rounds, like Marsley is showing Div 1 he's coming for that spot. It's looking pretty good. If they play like that, it's going to be insane. But man, oh man, it's time for Mander.
Watch, we slip, we phone, do this, who cares, move it, you know how we do this. You know how we do this. Hands up, get in, you lights, shooting.
Well, folks, it is pretty much all over and done with here, but we are, of course, going into the last couple maps as per tournament rules, and also just a formality. 5W 3-0 right now, looking to go for 4, potentially 5. They've won the matchup, so that will do very good for their stats. Of course, not really in any danger of falling out of the promo relegation territory. But Spam and Pack could get something back here as we get into this first round on Monder, and it has been, never mind, I was about to say it's been absolutely perfect, and then Jan decides that he does not want me to say such things. I think Spam had a bit of an awkward inside line, so that gives Marsley an overtake, but Pack still up front, not by much though. 400ths of a second becomes 700ths, so gains a little bit of breathing room here. But we've seen just how quickly that gap can shrink, not just here on this map, but throughout BDL from the very start to now as Marsley hits the concrete barriers, doing a little construction work, trying to get into the site, but of course, authorized personnel only. So this will be the first ace for Puff Bros this matchup, and that is going to be a good start. We'll see if they can convert that.
Yeah, you know, it's kind of insane. I was kind of looking at the stats while that last round was happening, and Puff Bros have only had a victory or an ace. 1, 2, 3, 3 victories, and this was their first ace of the entire match. That's actually insane how much damage 5W has been able to do on this team. So good start for Puff Bros to finally join in the match and do some work, you know, but Jan looking to turn things around this time as he's up in front, and Pak is the one to make a mistake. Very similar location to where Jan made a mistake last round. So it's Spammy now that's going to try to deny the aces. They do have a good lead with that 3-0 to start off with, and if you can slow down any sort of catch-up, that'd be great. As Spammy is currently trying to make a push. Jan still doing a really good job getting the inside of that dirt line while not turning too hard to build up a little bit more speed. Marsley made a mistake there last time. Able to clean up the mistakes and actually close up the gap a little bit. Spammy ends up bouncing around and takes a completely different line. I don't know how he was able to recover that. He has to go for the safe line, and it works out for Marsley as 5W now responds back with an ace.
5W is showing their true potential, really a sort of Revenge of the Sith moment for them. Puff Bros underestimating their power.
Marsley?
Marsley, though, seems to have gotten the Mustafar treatment, so he's way down despite being on the ice. Yeah, he's just having problems. So we won't worry about that too much. We'll instead look towards the front. Jan has also fallen off the pace, about half a second behind Spam right now, so the Puff Bros are on track for another ace. I mean, if we see all aces on this map, I would be happy, because that would be a bit more of an interesting tale to have a trading back and forth of aces into a final round to see who if the pattern continues or if we start going for draws. But yeah, right now it has been a horrific round. Marsley's just pretty much parked it.
I think Marsley's just shot calling at this point. He's just resetting over and over again, but then Jan also making a mistake. So yeah, we're just trading big blows right now. I'm sorry to cut you off there earlier, but
good.
I mean, it is ace after ace after ace. And you know what's funny is, like, we're not even on like Skellerogue, where everything can go wrong for everyone at the end. Like, there are mistakes just happening all over the map. And again, like, these guys, like, you know what it reminds me of? It feels like we're in a heavyweight boxing match. There's no blocking, no defending. It's just pure blow after blow, face hit to face hit. And it's one of those things where this was not something I was expecting. After the first 3 maps where we saw everyone practically driving top 10 times or something like that, and one little mistake here and there from one player each round, to have a round like that, it kind of blows my mind. So hopefully this will be the round where we'll see all 4 players having a tight match.
Yeah, right now it's appearing as so Spam got an awkward line there on that dirt. That section there is so difficult to get right, so I don't really blame anybody for getting it wrong. He's fallen back half a second, another touch comes in, so he's out of this. So Pack is on for potentially the draw here if he can overtake Jan and hold him off. Right now, he is running on the rails right behind him, and they are going to be almost even 0.008 of a second as we go into the final section here with the reactor down. It is Pack ahead of Jan into the jump, and it will be the draw for Puff Bros as Marsley almost overtakes his teammate there right at the finish.
Yeah, that would be kind of cool. And sometimes, you know, you gotta have that bragging right with your teammate. You know, like you and I, Legion, we're a team in casting, but there's constant times where we're just, you know, bickering at each other. It's a fun little friendly duo you can have there. But Marsley
wait, we're
loses
supposed to be friendly to each other?
Oh, right. Crap, that's wrong script. Yeah, Boston, you suck. Anyway,
New Jersey, you guys smell. Anyways, yeah. Trackmania.
Trackmania is here. That's 5W. We're able to try to slow down the bleeding that currently Puff Bros has been able to start up. Jeez, I cannot say their name today, but Puff Bros currently. Whoa, Marsley, what happened? Did he eat a gear? I was not on.
I think he did. I think he did. Yeah.
Oh yeah, it was like he didn't touch anything. He didn't trip on air, but I guess the gear also made a difference. So Pack and Spammy now up in front. They are on track point. This would be really nice to turn things around, get an ace now. I mean, even if you can run away with 2 points for the rest of the match, that would be nice. It's not the biggest game differential. So Pack and Spam can't make a mistake here. We've seen the YouTube clips of them both flying out of the checkpoint, and it works out for them as they are able to get an ace. Again, big blow after big blow, hitting each other hard. And that was a quick round. I mean, honestly, I think that was what, five. Let me check our friends over at Circuit Mania. 5 rounds. Everything else was 6 rounds. This was just 5 rounds. That's pretty impressive. We're now in speedrun mode.
I mean, hey, if you want to get to the next match, this is how you're gonna do it. But yeah, maybe we'll see that again. Maybe we'll see another 5 rounds. It is gonna be the last map of this series. And of course, as we mentioned earlier, it is going to be Skellerogue.
to the last map of the Series 5W, taking 3 maps. Puff Bros respond with big punches as they are going now into the final map here in Skellerogue. And this is going to be kind of important. Again, we are looking for the players to somewhat secure their spots. They're looking pretty good here in Div 2, but LGB is not too far behind Puff Bros. And at this point, you're playing for that seeding. You are playing to go up against maybe someone a little bit easier in the promo relegation tournament. But Jan and Marsley, I mean, it's something to do with a green team. We saw it on the last match where whoever is in the green position, they are holding hands. Okay, why do I even cast Legion?
That was perfect.
Why do I
clip that? Someone clip that, please. I'm begging you. That was incredible.
Oh.
So no more hand in hand. Apparently we have passed our hand holding quota premarital, so we won't do that. But what is good news, if you're me, is that you do have Pack and Spam trolling and going for the safe finish. Marsley goes for the risky. He's gonna get it, but it's not gonna matter. Excellent, excellent timing, Randomize.
Like, I hate it here, man. I can't
You and me both. I
compliment-
gotta be in a booth with you.
I know. I can't even compliment a team without something going wrong every time. Here, that's it. I'm staying neutral. No, you all just play Trackmania. To me, no one's impressive. No one's good. You're just driving cars, okay? This is how I'm going to talk from now on, because it seems to be the only way you see all 4 players who are currently tight in this round actually playing a relatively good round of Trackmania. Spammy, the farthest one back by only 0.2, maybe 0.3, and Pack looking to try to fight his way up. Jan and Marsley side by side. But, you know, everyone still sucks. They're just driving cars. I'm really trying my best to not allow...
This is the best crash out I've ever had. I've ever, like, witnessed in any capacity.
I'm struggling here, Legion. I'm trying not to cast a curse. I'm like blindfolded right now. I don't know. There are cars on the track. They are driving through checkpoints and driving around. Yes, cars turning. Going towards finish. Nothing in particular. I'm not trying to cast a curse, and it's still happening. People are making mistakes. Marsley and Pack making mistakes at that moment. He's still able to get up in front.
Marsley didn't get it. Oh my lord.
I tried staying as neutral as possible that round. You cannot blame me for any caster cursing. I'm done. I'm done. Legion, take over.
Okay. I'm sorry, that is absolutely, we see Pack dying.
Oh.
I was about to say, as you're over here like, oh, they're driving on the track, they're driving through checkpoints. In my head, I was like, what if they didn't? What if they fell off and didn't go through the checkpoints?
You
and we unfortunately, you know what? You say it, I think it. Okay, we're 2 halves of the same coin. I don't know what you expect, but it's been, if you're Marsley, it's been a great start of the round. Same with Spam. Jan's had a bit of an iffy start, so has Pack. Spam actually gets the overtake on Marsley, so we are looking at a potential draw here for the Puff Bros, trying to keep the lead at 2. They got that ace and then did not get anything more than 1 point in the last round. So a draw here would keep the gap at 2 points and get them halfway to 10 here. Obviously the pseudo best of 5 is over with, but you're just kind of playing for keeps at this point. But we are into the last checkpoint. We are going on to the risky. Spam is going to go safe. Is that actually the right move? Does Spam have the time? No, he does not. He's just going to be half a second too late. As Jan gets 3rd, Pat gets 4th. I don't think Spam had enough speed, or maybe he wasn't confident in the speed for that risky jump.
Honestly, it may be a whole, you know, I'm not home, not on my setup. This is a very, you know, timing thing you have to pull off properly. Not worth the risk. We're in the lead. And, you know, Jan ended up going to the risky as well. Pac ended up going to the risky as well. They all made it work. So it's, Jan unfortunately not making it work as he crashes in the back. But I think it's just one of those things where there was always a strategy. Pac, you go risky, I go safe. So Pac wasn't there for that half of the strategy, but Spammy stuck to the script, went towards the safe finish. And now we are where we expected to be with Pac up in front, Marsley battling him, Spammy defending P3, but he's defending against the air as Jan unfortunately made an early mistake. Marsley just trying to find any inside moment. You can see his drifts are getting tighter and tighter towards the center, trying to release the break as soon as possible. And it's working nicely now as Marsley is starting to potentially close up the gap a tiny bit here. And we're going to go into the risky finish. Sure, Pac takes a wonky line. He knew he cannot do it. He was not going to be able to get that one set up. So it's going to be a draw as Marsley gets through that one nice and clean because Jan was just too far. So Puff Bros still stay in the lead by 1 point.
Is Pac not confident in this end? That's the question I'm starting to wonder, because the last few rounds he has gone, or at least someone's gone for the safe finish, and it looks like the setup too is, I don't know, maybe there's a slight speed difference I'm not picking up on, at least in that last round. Pac really didn't have a lot of speed, and you saw it there as they sort of started coming back down. So maybe Pac is not really feeling it for this match, which is fine. Of course, we do have promo relegation next week. 5W and Puff Bros, both of them are in this, or going to be in that. So yeah, we should see, especially I think we'll see a much more threatening Puff Bros when Spam is actually back home and on his home setup. Oh, Marsley just clipping that checkpoint, then thwacks it off the scenery. So that puts him right to last. Spam steps through, says thank you very much. It's all on Jan right now to keep this draw alive, and with a gap of probably about 0.2, maybe 3. No, it's still 1.5, but Pac is inching ever so closer. He's going to go for a slightly different line, goes inside, down into the grass. We're going to grab the risky, flip it around. Jan clips the ramp. He's going to go and respawn. Spam gets to go for the safe finish, and it will be the ace for Puff Bros. A 9-5. It's not a job, it's a score line, but it is certainly feeling like a lot of work for Puff Bros to get Skellerogue to go their way.
You know, again, this is a good thing for Puff Bros. It's one of those moments where it's like, you know what? It looked bad at the beginning, but on the scoreboard, you see a 3-2. It's not the worst thing in the world. All we need is one of the players from Puff Bros to be in P2 the least, and it will be a finish moment for Puff Bros to be able to kind of bounce back. Again, it's not a best of. It's just a full-fledged 5 games. So, you know, we can't say it's an official win or loss. But Puff Bros, you know, whatever. It happens. You kind of have to shake it out. Let the match finish the way it should be. Pac just needs to stay up in front. Marsley makes a mistake. So that is... okay, wait a minute. We're on Skellerogue. Hold on, Random. Your caster crews are too strong. Don't say anything yet. I was about to say something.
You know what? Just stop talking. Just stop. Yeah, we're gonna talk to production. We'll talk to production and get you into the analyst desk. That might be a bit of a safer route for you, but it really doesn't matter here, because even if Jan finishes ahead, so Spam goes for the safe finish. I think Pac's got it. Yep, that'll do it. The victory for Puff Bros will secure Skellerogue. Jan just now coming through the risky finish, but Puff Bros 2-3 on the day. 11-6 is your final score, ladies and gentlemen. My prediction was wrong, but it seems like everybody else was unfortunately correct.
Yeah, you know what? Sometimes you go for the troll pick or something like that. It's not the worst thing. If someone wins, someone loses, and that's what we saw. 5W takes it with a 3-2. And with that, I think it's time we throw it back over to the analytical desk. And Nua, maybe you can tell us a little bit more of what your prediction really meant.
Well, I don't think I predicted the amount of caster cursing that was going to happen in that match, but ultimately, a lot of talk about how this was similar to our first match of the day, a top-of-the-table fight, played out very similarly to our first match of the day as well, Babs. So it was 3-0 quickly for 5W and the Puff Bros. They do manage to pull it back. They are still securely going to be in that promo relegation tournament, but maybe not quite the momentum they would have wanted heading into it.
Yeah, I still think they can't be too disappointed. Like, their performance in the first 3 maps wasn't there. They weren't going to beat 5W at what they showed in those first 3 maps, but they were able to pick it up. And considering, Spam is playing at a slight disadvantage this week, being, not on a home setup and being abroad and just, having to find the time to play these matches, I think they'll come back next week, revitalized, maybe a little bit more practice, and fully focused to try and take down 5W and maybe get their spot in Div 1 for next season.
Yeah, they'll be hoping to get it. I mean, on the other side then, Jan and Marsley looking fantastic. All league play long, Boney, and that's just continuing.
Yeah, no slowing down right now. I mean, quick trio from the get-go in that regard. They have made sure to put themselves in a favorable position, and in some ways, I mean, maybe things happen similarly. I mean, I'm curious to hear from 5W's side on this, but where we had New Prime and Loso just taking it easy from the moment that they won. Maybe this was a similar situation, and it feels like a bit of, all ships rising with the tide in that regard. They got what they wanted out of this match, and the Puff Bros, they still picked up a couple of points to put themselves in a more favorable position as, well, this was the last of their matches for this league.
Yeah, absolutely. Closing out relatively strong overall, even if it was a loss in this final match. But Babs, I know we were kind of checking in on the pack spam streams as well during that match occasionally. And very interesting, they both kind of came into this tournament like, yeah, we're going to have fun. It's all about having fun. And then here on the final day, it is dialed in. I mean, Skellerogue especially, they were locked in on the calls as a team. They are focused at this point.
Yeah, I mean, you have to consider, look, these maps came out, mid-January, where, like, this is a long time ago. These players have committed to playing these maps and playing this competition. After a while, when you're putting that time into a competition, you do want to get something out of it. And having fun with your friends is never enough. So, winning is the main goal at the end of the day. But look, they're going into Pro Morel. They are a potential Div 1 team, and they'll want to show that next weekend.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, we are set up. We're going to have a quick interview after this match as well. We are welcoming Jan of 5W coming off the back of a win overall in Division 2 and winning that match against the Puff Bros as well. Jan, welcome. Congratulations. Fantastic performance to close out the season here. Well, at least the league play portion of the season.
Thank you very much. It was definitely a fun game. I enjoyed it really much. It was also closer than it was also very close. Pack played insanely well. Spam also had very good rounds in between.
Yeah, I did want to ask you as well, I mean, you came out obviously looking very good. You won the first 3 maps as well. We heard after the Div 1 match that once Shift kind of got ahead 3-0, they left the foot off the gas. They were like, we've won this. Was it a similar thing for you guys, or were you really hoping to just pull out a huge win over Puff Bros?
It was kind of different, I'd say. We were just really not good on the last 2 maps. Like, we played, I would say, terrible.
Okay.
Like the risky fin on the fixer map didn't work at all for us for some reason, and yeah, Meander is by far our worst map.
Fair.
Yeah, I mean, then the cards are out, and you've said what your best maps are, what your worst ones are. Look, going ahead to next weekend, you are going to be facing off against those bottom Div 1 teams and some teams from Division 2. What percentage chance do you think you have of making it to Div 1 for next season?
What percentage? That's a good question. That's a good question. I don't know. The Div 1 teams are very strong. They are very strong. Even if they're the bottom of the Div 1, they're still very, very strong.
Let me put it this way then, I guess. How confident are you, and is that the goal? Is that the end goal to get Div 1?
Absolutely.
There we are.
Yeah,
just have to potentially fix some maps, and then absolutely sure.
Yeah.
No, that makes sense.
Boney?
Makes sense.
Yeah. Boney's lost trying to calculate odds as well. He's like, what?
Exactly. I mean, statistics and all that. You got to take the one into account and all that. It's very, very important to do. But no, for me, it was more, I guess, more a blast of the past in some ways. Going into this match, one of the things that I'm reminded of, we're getting somewhat later into the tournament, and I'm sure you were familiar with. Most other Dutch players that have played the Gamax leagues and such, that Spam is one of those players that just comes alive towards the end of the tournament. And this is at that point in time, right, where he is alive. You fought against him in those situations and, got close to. How does it feel right now to know, Spam, obviously, one of the players who's been around for so long and is so good at getting good later on in the tournament, that despite all that, you're still there to be able to take him out?
I mean, of course, always feels good to win. I think Spam had some slight, like, not complications, but he's not at home, right? He's in
he is
Norway.
in Norway. Yeah.
But still, of course, it feels good to win. They both played really well. And yeah, don't know what else to say.
No, that's completely fair, Jan. I mean, congratulations again on the win. Congratulations on the performance overall. Again, in Division 2, topping the table. Huge achievement, as you said. I mean, none of the teams in Div 1 are bad. I'd argue none of the teams in Div 2 are bad either. It's still,
true.
had to get out there and win those matches. So congratulations on that. We'll let you go now, but is there anything else that you'd like to add here at the end of the interview while we have you on?
No, not really. Thanks for having me.
No. Great. Yeah,
I'm
absolutely a pleasure to have you.
I'm gonna enjoy another match now, because we still have to play one.
Yeah, that's true. You do technically have to go and play another match.
Yeah.
How are you feeling about that one? I mean,
confident.
pressure's off, right?
Yeah, pressure's
good
off.
stuff. Okay, enjoy your final match, Jan. Thank you so much for joining us here. We will let you go and finish out league play, but as you say, with yourself already locked in, feeling confident about that one, and we'll let you get ready for that, and we'll see you next week for the promo relegation tournament.
Yep. See ya. Thanks for having me.
And we will see all of our viewers very shortly as well. We are going to throw to a quick break before we come back with our third match of the day. We are sticking with Division 2 and that battle for the top 4, because of course we do need to pick 3 more teams to go to that promo relegation tournament alongside 5W. LGB versus Eterna after the break. Welcome back to the Beacon Duo League, where we are down in Division 2 and we are in the mud. We're in the trenches. We are in the fight for top 4. And that fight a little bit harder now for one of the teams than the other. Les Galettes Breton sitting in pretty solid position, 3rd overall in Division 2 at the moment. Aeterna have just lost a matchup against Big Selecta, and that does make their struggle for the top 4 all the more difficult. Babs, they gotta win this one. Like, end of story. Full stop, they gotta win this one.
Yeah, this is do or die at this point. I mean, that loss against Big Selecta, that is a really costly one and a really important part of the season. It puts DG in a much favorable position to get that 4th spot to go to promo relegation. And it's really interesting that at this point, with so few matches left, everything is still to play for.
Yeah, absolutely. Legion. Damascus Gaming watching this match with interest as well, because they kind of need, I think, Aeterna to win this one, and then Aeterna to lose their last match, or possibly to win their last match. I don't know. Damascus Gaming are watching this match. It's really my takeaway from this as well.
Yeah, they are. They know what's on the line. They know how close the margins are here. They can't really afford any sort of wild cards, but you have to look at it from Eterna's POV. They don't care what DG wants. If DJ wants them to win this and lose the next, they're going to say, that's awesome. We want to win the next 2 because that's going to give us the best chance to get into promos.
Yeah, well, we're going to have to go very quickly through predictions. I'm going to take one-word predictions and no more. Legion, first, do Aeterna actually do it?
No.
Okay, LGB for Legion. Babs?
LGB.
LGB, okay, yeah, LGB for both. I'm going to probably say LGB too, but we'll find out more about what I think because we're throwing to casters, and this time around, that's me. Well, and it's also Randomized. Hey, Randomized, how you doing? Have you recovered from the last match?
I was just about to ask him, like, am I not in this one?
No, we're benching you after your performance in the last match, I'm afraid.
My performance? It's not my fault the players were driving. Just for the record, everyone, when I said I'm blindfolding myself, I actually was like this when I was casting. Just letting you know.
Yeah, that was good. Hey, how are you feeling? Desk, all of us said LGB for this match. I know as a Damascus Gaming super fan in many ways. That's your job title, I think, actually. How are you feeling? Do you think Aeterna have the chance to win this one?
Yeah, I you know what? I really hope LGB wins. I really need Aeterna to fall down farther. You know, that
doesn't help Damascus.
It does a little bit because it's just one person under them they don't have to worry about. My heart is definitely pounding because, you know, this match is going to be a thriller. And so I think it's fair we start off with thriller.
Don't pause, press play. Don't pause, press play.
Whoa, well, we are ready to go with our first map of this matchup. And look, Damascus Gaming, frankly, who cares a little bit right now? Because this is the battle between Aeterna and Les Galettes Breton. And Aeterna really do need to win this one. As much as there's stakes for other teams in this Division 2, it does come down to whether or not Aeterna can even stay alive in the hunt. And it starts now. It starts with this, and it starts with a big performance on map 1. Unfortunately, Randomized, they currently sit 3-4. Vortex and Novu off to a great start on Thriller.
Yeah, again, the prediction was LGB. They have been playing a great season. So, not surprising to me that they start off strong, but Aeterna has been able to Eterna their engines on and get themselves up in front. I'm sorry, that was terrible. I'm going to continue casting, though, as Vortex falls. Oh, and we actually see Novu completely missing the ramp, so that's going to allow Aeterna to be in a victory position. And Vortex actually goes really wide. That drops him. Oh, it doesn't matter. Jacko makes a mistake. That's going to put Vortex back into P2. But we have seen round and round again, match after match, people clipping this small little jump. It's going to work out for them as Vortex is still going to be able to hold on to P2. Novu just nowhere to be found.
Well, it's a good start for Eterna. They do pick up the round win. Got a little bit scary there for Megorian right at the finish line. Clipped that back wheel. Still the nose of the car gets across and made it up. But I'd imagine that was a slight heart in the mouth moment for Megorian at the finish line there. Eterna start off, I mean, not exactly how they'd want. You'd always love the ace, but a win is the next best thing.
Yeah, no, for sure. And like you were saying, for stats-wise, Eterna, they need this. They need to start really putting in the work. They are currently sitting 6th overall on the leaderboard. Now, of course, the matches have been played a little bit out of order through all the rounds, but from the completed rounds, they are sitting 6th overall, and they really need this so much to the point that if they want to see that promo relegation, it's practically going to be... It needs to be a perfect match for Eterna. They are going to have to run away with this with all 5 maps if they really want to lock themselves into a better position. But LGB, who's currently sitting 3rd overall on the board, is sitting 1st and 2nd in the positions. Novu actually goes a little bit wide there, but doesn't really matter. Vortex was the one to take over. Jaka is the one that is hunting them down, kind of taking a little bit of wide lines. Novu goes wide there. Jaka, not enough speed, unfortunately. That is the worst part about having a risky finish being a jump, is that whatever you did before that jump will determine everything else. So it is a little bit of a rough one for Jaka to be able to jump back into that one. Megorian was not there that last round to even help out. So that puts LGB with an ace and up in front, 4-2 now, 2-point difference. And predictions are starting to go in my favor for this first map, at least.
Yeah, a little bit. I will say this is a better start for Eterna, who have consistently kind of found themselves sitting 3rd and 4th after the start. Now, Megorian's 360s have been particularly clean, and this time around, Jaka and Megorian will both stay in front of Vortex, who's a little bit slow on the exit as well. Novu, though, starting to race off into the distance as we enter this sector of the map where mistakes are so easy to make, and Vortex sending it frankly through there. Has gotten back up alongside Megorian as Jaka still on the hunt. Wasn't able to catch Novu the last time around, but I think it's the battle for 3rd and 4th at the moment that's going to decide whether this does turn into a draw or whether this does become the win for LGB. Megorian still just about holding on, and in fact extending the lead. Jaka starts to haul in Novu a little bit. It won't be enough, and Megorian crashes the finish. It will be that battle for 3rd and 4th that is decisive on the last possible moment of the track. Megorian makes the error.
Oh, that is such a rough thing to see. You know, it's watching the inevitable happen in front of you, and Megorian just could not get the jump properly, ends up tapping the left a little bit too hard at the beginning and makes a big mistake. And then again, following up, the Polish player falls a little bit far behind again. Oh, and Jaka decides to go a different way. I completely forgot the safe route was over there, and he scared me a little bit. The players have not taking that way. Yeah, I was just like, he's going the scenery. Wait, no, there's a safe route over there. That's right.
Still a bad thing. I mean, let's be clear. You don't want to be on the safe route. It is very slow, as you can see by the fact Jaka is now 2.5, 3 seconds down, and then Novu and Vortex sitting half a second clear of Megorian in 3rd place at the moment. They can play it a little bit safe here towards the end of the track, and another ace here, 9-6 or 9-3, excuse me, would be huge for LGB on Thriller. They're both clear, they're both clean, and they should both have the speed for the risky fin here. Vortex a little bit slower, but still plenty of speed to get there. Ace, LGB 9-3, and they've got plenty of runway to close this one out.
It's got to feel so good when you see that track point pop up, and it's not even just a 7. It's a 9. At this point, you can kind of drive semi-safe as long as you're in, the 2nd position. It doesn't matter who on your team is, as long as someone is there. It's a clear win for the map. So now LGB had a little bit of a shaky start, allowing Eterna to creep up with a couple points, and then completely changed it around, and now playing exactly how I expected LGB to play, as Jaka unfortunately will make a mistake in the back, so that's going to put Megorian by himself, and that is not what you need if you wanted to bounce this one back. Eterna may have just given away their point.
Yeah, I think that's probably going to be it. One player trying to hold both of the top 2 spots by themselves. It does. The math isn't mathing, is all I'll say there, Randomize. Yeah. As Vortex is content, doesn't need to risk and just sit back. Nova will go for the win. And either way, they're probably going to get a car in the top 2 here. Frankly, one of them probably should just go safe on this occasion. Neither of them will, and both of them will make the risky fin. So, Les Galettes Breton with a round win. Close out map 1 cleanly. 11-4, that is a one-sided scoreline.
Yeah, no, it's a great scoreline for LGB. Good confidence builder. You always like to feel that big win as you force the players to barely get any points, and it always will create that momentum moving into the next map. You know, sometimes you know the next map is coming up. It's not a map you may be comfortable with. Who knows what it can be, but it's always going to make it a lot better for the players moving into the next match. So, with that being said, we're going to be checking out our second map, which will be Marabello.
We head on in to Marabello. 1 map advantage for Les Galettes Breton and Aeterna. They're starting to run out of time, not just in this match, but frankly, in Division 2 as well. They gotta turn it on pretty soon here if they want a chance at making it into that top 4, giving themselves the promo relegation tournament. And we'll stay on board with Megorian for the moment as this is a close round so far. Everyone getting cleanly through that turnaround. Definitely not always been the case early on Marabello.
Yeah, no, for sure. You're going from an ice slide to a booster to a jump. Like, can you force these players to dance around in a circuit anymore? But Megorian, who seemed to have a rough round last match on Thriller, looking... Never mind. Okay, dude, I can't do this anymore. Like, the more tired I am, the harder my caster cursing is. I swear. Just...
Sick as hell, bro.
We can have an entire video on the Beacon YouTube, which, by the way, if you haven't, make sure to subscribe to the Beacon YouTube, because a lot of clips and all the past VODs are going there. But we could literally have something happen, as Nova is going to make something happen as well and go for the snipe. I was going to say we could have... Oh, Megorian... Yeah, Megorian's pretty much out of this one. Oh, yeah, he unfortunately crashed. Had a chance to come back, but didn't. But we could have a compilation of all the caster cursing, and it would still be as long as a match, it feels like, because I'm not allowed to cast anymore. I feel like everyone hates me as a caster.
No, I have a great time. It's very fun to watch live from alongside you in the caster booth, frankly. But maybe less fun for Aeterna in that round. I mean, Megorian did re-overtake. At some point, Vortex is going to full crash that early jump, so it's up to Nobu to deny a chance for Aeterna. A chance I think they're going to have to take to score some big points, and Ace would be massive for them to get a little bit of confidence back at this point of the match. At the moment, though, Megorian sits in third, just by Nobu. Jaka leading the way. Megorian a little bit late hitting that wall slide, and so is just losing a little bit of speed entering this section of track, but has managed to hold on. Nobu went full risk on the inside there. That particular turn, so scary to watch every time.
Especially when you're watching from someone else's POV, like you're just from behind.
You're like, he's in the pole.
You see the ghost, and you can see the pole through the ghost. So it's a an illusion where Novu looks like he's about to hit the pole, but it doesn't. But it looks like Novu is about to also pull off another illusion as he says, "Abracadabra, here I am! I'm getting up in front," and a really nice line at the end, getting so much more speed than Jaka, and being able to snipe, forcing it back into another draw. LGB still holds the lead.
Abracadabra, it was me, the rabbit in your hat, the entire time, and I've just pulled myself out. Listen, I don't know. Something, I guess, whatever. Novu did win that round, and that was a huge snipe. I mean, there is actually, you know, a deceptive amount of time to gain in that end by keeping your line as straight as possible. We've seen it round on round in multiple matches on this track over the course of the Beacon Duo League, and Novu absolutely nailing it that time around, helped out by Jacka just losing the run of it a little bit, ending up very wide on those final turns. But a big draw for LGB, holding on to their advantage in this match, and a chance now to maybe extend that lead as well. Jacka starts to fall behind early on. A couple of tenths down from first place. Vortex, though, moving a little bit slow in front of Jacka, is going to be caught back up to Jacka. So inside there. Novu's also slow as well. And this is all of a sudden an A-turner sitting in 1 and 2. Can Vortex get anything done?
It's looking like Vortex can get something done as he is able to push into P2. And bibbidi bobbidi boo, I'm coming for you, Megorian, as I am still chanting more spells out of these things because apparently I am the wizard of cursing and I'm scared to say anything else. But Megorian goes a little bit wide. His lines are completely wide. Vortex looking to try. No, he's not able to get there. Somehow Megorian had more top speed than Vortex, even though Vortex had the best lines, and Eterna finally able to turn things around and tie up the match once again.
Yeah, one of the hardest worked for, you know, attempts to just get back to a level footing I think we've ever seen in Beacon.
Oh, yeah.
Great, they've managed to tie it back up. It took heroics by Megorian in first place to hold off Vortex at the end just there. And just about managing to, it's all level. Eterna, they need more than that, though. Jack is going to mistake early on. And sure, heroics to bring things back level are exciting. They're great. They don't really help you win the match. You got to get ahead at some point. And, well, that was a little bit of a mistake from Novu. Not a huge one. Has dropped back, not as far as Jacka yet. But it is Megorian versus Vortex once again for the win on Marabella.
Yeah, and again, this really scary moment. These players are pushing. Megorian goes as close as he can to the light pole, and it works out really well for him as he is now side by side, but it goes wide. I'm not sure if that lag, I don't know if you guys saw it, but I did, and Megorian, right as that happened, ends up falling back into P4. I'm hoping that was just a small little bug. Megorian somehow still alive, though, with a little bit of a mistakes that happened, but that's going to put LGB into an ace position unless anything happens up in front. It looks like LGB, they have been able to push the lines as hard as they can. Megorian will make the mistake in the back, but it doesn't matter. LGB is going to have an ace and put themselves onto track point, looking for their second point.
I mean, as always, ace is just so impactful, right? I mean, that 3-point swing out of absolutely nowhere from what was a close map up until now. All of a sudden, match point for LGB after, what, 4 rounds? They're suddenly knocking on the door of 2-0 in this match, and Eterna staring down the barrel of a reverse sweep needed to keep themselves alive in Division 2, keep themselves alive in the Beacon Duo League heading into the postseason as well. This is a good start to the round for them, and Vortex is the first player to make a small little error, just dropping back a few tenths, not much just yet. A big mistake from anyone would send them back behind Vortex, but Eterna on the hunt.
Yeah, and I do want to make some point outs here for the current matches that are happening right now. Big Selecta actually drops their first map 10-7 against Molotov. So Molotov now gets themselves an extra map point, whereas DG just tied 1-1 against 5W. So currently right now, Molotov is starting to be the first team to actually put some damage into trying to get into that promo relegation. I really, folks, last match we got to relax a little bit and enjoy the top 2, just have some fun. It's really coming down to the last bits. As Chaka was trying to get the snipe, it doesn't work out for him. LGB is currently 2 points away from stealing another point that Eterna really needs. LGB, they are in 3rd place over on the leaderboards. I'm sorry, I am going full statistics right now because this is my favorite thing to talk about as a caster, is just looking at league play, finding out what you need to do to make it, and that's not how you're going to do it for Vortex, but it's fine right now because Megorian also makes a mistake, so that does not mean LGB has to really worry about an ace. Eterna really do need this ace, though. They can potentially let this one draw, but it's going to come down to the fact that Eterna will have to bounce back no matter what. It'd be nice if it was this round.
Yeah, I mean, I'll be honest, I think if you're Novu, you're fine safing a little bit here. I mean, even if you come second, sure, it does allow Eterna through onto match point themselves, but they'd need an ace from there. You'd still be on 9 points. You'd still be the team absolutely in the driver's seat heading into a potential last round. And as it stands, Novu is still sitting in first place. I'm just saying, don't risk it to the point where you crash, Novu. So far has not done so. Jacka sitting on the rear wheel. Jacka might get the overtake done. It's going to be so close down to this one. Jacka's got him! And he is first at the finish line. Novu in second. This is a 9-7 round. It's all done in this last one. We will not have a round past this.
No, we will not. It is ace or bust right now for Eterna. They need this ace. And I loved seeing that Jacka went a little bit higher on that last turn, but stayed very tight against every corner. So using the ramp down to build up a little bit more speed and get that snipe. That was very important. Eterna really did need that extra point because now they set themselves up for an ace as Vortex goes flying. It is all down to Novu now, but Eterna is in ace position. They need to hold this for the rest of the map, and that is a lot to ask for when you have Novu breathing down your neck.
Yeah, Novu's got speed at the moment. Should be looking to get up to second place. Megorian with a great exit though. And Vortex made that same mistake. Novu's in the ball. It's done. It's over. Eterna will win map 2. I mean, hey, premature? I don't think so, because that was a big crash from Novu. It was a huge crash from Vortex early on. Novu is only 1.2 seconds down. Okay, Jacka and Megorian, safe it. Safe it. You don't lose these. There's no possible way that you lose these.
I'm not saying anything. Because every time I say something, something happens. Cars are driving, turning, checkpoints, and finish line is there. Okay, cool.
Oh my god. I'll be honest, Randomize. I'm pretty sure 9-7, on paper, right, favors the team on 9 points. They just need a driver in the top 2. I actually think in the Beacon Duo League, we've seen the team on 7 win more often.
Yes, if you are correct, I'm saying if you are, I believe you are correct. I think
which is absurd.
No, that's insane. I mean, it's amazing.
That's not how this works.
It's one of those things where it's just like, okay, we could take it easy, guys, and then they take it too easy, and that happens. It's insane, Noah.
That was... Yeah, that was tough. I mean, honestly, I think eyes have to be on Vortex to make a jump back on our next map, because Vortex with 2 big mistakes in the last 2 rounds there. Just needed a better performance in either round. Would have been great. We'll see. It's not a map you want to try and recover on, because it is possibly the hardest map in the pack. We're heading to Skellerogue.
This shit ain't go insane.
Here we are starting off into Skellerogue, and we get to start off with the 360 Vortex. Ends up falling a little bit behind there. It is crucial to get the lineup properly, as you want to get as much exit speed as possible. And Vortex will be the one to fall farthest behind, but showing he knows how to play tech, and he's doing such a good job on these drifts to put himself right back into the pack and kind of squish his way. Excuse me, pardon me. I'm going to be into this pack right now as Vortex pushes up into P3. Novu with a pretty good lead, but anything and everything can happen in these slidey parts here. You are slipping and sliding into the wood that whips you into more slippy and slidey, and not looking good, as we now have LGB up in front. Eterna are the team that you don't want to let LGB start off with an ace.
No, you really don't. I suppose the question is, who's going risky and who's going safe at the end of Skellerogue? Novu, Vortex from Jacka. And they are sitting 1-2. Both of them going risky. Both of them making Vortex risky until Vortex crashed. Jacka has gone safe. Should be finishing now. Does. And it will be a draw in round 1. But, I mean, hey, that's the situation. We saw Puff Bros, for example, in the last match. Spam going safe every time. Pack going risky every time. If that had been the call for LGB in this, if they did have one player safe, and if that player had been Vortex, that would have still been a round win, right? I mean, Skellerogue is definitely a map I think more than any other map in this pack that is testing 2v2 strategy.
Yeah, honestly, that's one of the things I really love and always look for, and Novu looking for the wall and unfortunately crashing out there. But that's one of the things I love about some tracks, and I think Beacon's map pack, a few of the maps for sure, have really pushed onto making calls more important, and I am loving that. We saw Thriller where one of the players goes for the safe line. We see now here in Skellerogue where people are going for the safe finish. It's really good. I love the idea of communication is very important in a game of driving, and communicating with the brick is not the most healthy thing you can do, Megorian. Unfortunately, falling all the way back to P4, Novu is able to get up into P3. It's the curse of Trackmania. The first one to make the mistake is usually the first one to bounce back. Jacka, though, up in front. We saw one player go safe, one player go risky. Jacka decides to go risky. Vortex will follow, but speed-wise, everything's looking good as Jacka's able to close that one out. Everyone went risky this time. Novu barely making it. It's going to be another draw, 2-2. Are we going to see potentially 10 rounds? Who knows?
Just 10 rounds of draws into overtime. I'm trying to remember, what was the longest overtime that we had during the World Tour back when that was the 2v2 format? I remember there was the emote for a long time. Yeah, it was like a truly
It was
absurd.
Air 300 versus Trolla, and it was a 20-4 match. Or, no.
Yeah. It
was it 20?
No, sorry, 20
I can do
doesn't
math.
sound correct.
Hello, I can do math. I mean, it was 14 rounds of draw.
Yes, which, hey, we haven't come close to that yet in Beacon, and frankly, for the sake of scheduling, I kind of hope we don't, but it would be very funny. So, we'll wait and see. I mean, maybe...
I meant to say it added 20 more minutes. That's what I meant to say. I'm sorry.
Yeah, okay,
like, I was
sure.
like, where did I get this 20 from?
Yeah, absolutely. Novu has full crashed into a wall in the background, by the way, is a long way off of this one. So the battle up front is close. It was. Megorian has slid out and crashed, just catching the side of the wheels in that curved section of track. And so Vortax sits alone in first place. Jacka behind by only a couple of tenths, rounding the final grass turn into this downhill, into the risky fin. Surely they both go for the risky fin here. No, Jacka will just play it safe. Vortax going for risky, will make it cleanly. Jacka should still get second. Megorian also went for the safe fin. Novu maybe a chance to snipe. It'll be close. He does. As Megorian with the safe fin did not have the runway. So LGB will go up by a point.
Yeah, that's one of the hard parts as well, is calculating your times. You know, it's nice when you're in first place, because when you look over at the live race, you have the exact time difference. But when you're mid-round, you're kind of sitting in that P2, P3, P4 area. You're trying to think, how much time do I have? How much time difference is it between the safe and risk? You know, it's one of those things that sometimes, do you just make the call and just pray? Or are you actually fully calculating that call? And I think Megorian was actually just going for make the call and pray. And his prayers were not heard.
Yeah. Purely vibes-based shot calling in that last round for Eterna, it felt like. And sometimes it's not going to work out that well for you unless you have huge amounts of experience in terms of, you know, what happens in these matches. This is a better round for all four players, but it's not a great round for Eterna right now because they sit third and fourth despite the field all being very close, and Jack is the first player to make a mistake, will drop away from the other three. Novu and Vortax now with a decision. Right call, I do think, is one of them to go safe in, one of them to go risky, and you just take your round win and move on with your life, but both of them will go
not
risky.
you, Megorian!
It'll be both crashes. It was two crashes though. Megorian should be through into first place. Vortax now going safe. Jacka finished in second, and it will be an ace for Eterna.
Okay, maybe you, Megorian. It was funny when you were like, someone go roost, someone go safe, and I see both LGB dive down, and I was like, no, not you. But you know what? Again, Megorian put his hands together, prayed one more time, and his prayers have been answered this time. It works out for them. Eterna up by 2 now, and it's definitely going to be important for them to get this map win, especially because, again, looking at the stats, Molotov is currently up 2-0 in their series against Big Selecta, and DG and 5W, DG fell down. They are currently 2-1, so this is a really good opportunity for Eterna to try to follow behind Molotov's shadow and knock DG out of promo relegation.
Yeah, absolutely. They have a chance to go a little bit further ahead in this match as well. Vortax alongside Megorian, and it's just Jaka behind them, as Novu has unfortunately dropped a long way down. A little bit of a speed loss there for Megorian. A little bit of breathing room for Vortax, who's very wide on the sausage. Good exit speed into the plastic as well. Continuing to extend that gap a little bit, but Jaka is right on the heels. Megorian dropping away, but what are the calls now? Again, I don't think you have the room, if you're Eterna, to send someone to the safe in. I think you both have to risk. They will both risk, and Vortax will hold on. Jaka, great speed towards the finish line. Jaka will not catch, and that will be a draw. Novu is not going to finish, but it doesn't matter. That will still count as a draw on the leaderboard, as LGB will keep the deficit of 2, but Eterna move to match point.
Yeah, that's one of the hardest parts. Is sometimes you can have more speed, but you also get more air time. So the the curve of the air time could also really determine if you are or are not going to be able to snipe. So Eterna, though, still, in the lead on track point finally now, as it would be really nice for Eterna to get this second track point. They really wanted to try to shut down LGB, but you are also trying to shut down the third best team in the division. So that is a very, very hard demand to ask for. But Eterna currently not in a winning position and potentially could allow LGB to start closing the gap up.
Yeah, they're looking to do so. Round win would be big here for LGB, would give themselves at least a chance to close this map out for themselves. At the moment, Novu sitting in first. Megorian was in second, isn't anymore, and Ace would be even better for Les Galettes Breton, and they are sitting 1-2 at the moment. Jaka close enough behind to make them threatened, but Jaka with a full crash. Have they noticed? Do they know? They have not. They'll both risk it. Both of them will make it, and Novu and Vortax 1-2 across the line, and they move ahead 8-7 the score.
Man, just the way they changed up the dynamics right there, as Eterna both make mistakes that guys, I promise you, the maps have been checked. They've been checked for quite some time now. You don't have to check the walls. They're there. They work. I promise you. Just get to the finish line, please. But Eterna now looking for an ace. They can risk a victory and draw up the match and get it to a 9-9 as well. But if I were Eterna, and you know you have your backs against the wall on trying to get that promo relegation, and ace is all you have to play, and it's looking not so good for them, as LGB have a great start and a mistake happening as Megorian unfortunately still checking the walls and clipping them. Vortex with a great lead. Jaka now do have to fight their way in, but he's going to have to somehow, he's going to have to somehow find his way all the way up to first place. Risky is all he can do, but if Vortex or Novu plan to go safe, which one of them should, it's going to be a clear winner for LGB. And every time we say this new one, we say someone should, they both go, nah, watch this, hold my beer.
Yeah, here we go. Which one of them goes where? Both of them will risk. Jaka did go safe, and Vortex and Novu will fly together in formation into the risky thin. LGB close out map 3. It's 11-7, and they stepped things up. 2 aces in a row to come from behind straight into a win.
Yeah, no, I mean, LGB doing a really good job. Pretty much at this point, if I'm looking at the scores, they are practically locked in. I really don't even think Damascus Gaming and Molotov could potentially jump over them. The points differential is a little shaky for them. So we'll have to see how they play from here on out. But LGB, again, just extending their lead. Looking pretty good. Eterna is the one that needs to get the bounce back, and it is not looking good for them. They're going to have to somehow turn it around 180, maybe orbit their heads as we move on into orbit.
We find light in the moment cannot. When you hear the music stop, I can see you, I can hear you, and I know that you are strong. You've been dealing with the demons, now you know where you belong. In the echo of the echo. In the echo.
Oh, you spin me right round, baby, right round. It's Orbit. It's time to get it underway as Les Galettes Breton up 2-1 in maps overall in the match. Eterna, they're chasing. They need this. Frankly, we've said it before. I'm going to keep saying it. They need this match win. They play Molotov after this in their final match of league play. And if they want a chance for beating Molotov to get them into top 4, they kind of need at least one more map here and probably to win the match.
Yeah, I would definitely agree on that one. Molotov still looking pretty good as well as they're up 3-0 now. They are with a demanding lead. They are running away with this one. Eterna, you need to turn this one around. You also need to start dominating, but it's looking not so good as Jaka currently back into P4. Magorian falling also back in. He's got in the middle of it as we go around the circle, around the world, around the... I'm sorry, I had to throw it in there at some point. I've been saying I've been wanting to do that for quite some time. Magorian, though, looking to get sniped, possibly. It looks like Novu will. And Novu starts this one off with an ace. Magorian just no exit speed to hold himself up.
Crazy round, and an incredible round to get the singing in the middle of as well.
Yeah, I was like, if they get that, like if Nobu was making like a montage, I'm sorry if that's what you get in the middle of it.
Listen, unfortunately, copyright, we can't post that one to the YouTube Shorts on the Beacon channel.
It was short enough. It was short enough that it should be fine.
Fair use. Yeah,
I counted in my head. 5 seconds is the farthest you could go. I did it in 3.
Yeah, it's not fair. Magorian crashing because it means he's behind, and how does that fit? Novu has made it fair, yeah. So it's a little bit closer at the back. Up at the front, Vortex versus Jaka. They are very close, wheel to wheel up at the front at the moment. Although it's back wheels for Jaka to front wheels of Vortex. Although great line from Vortex. Will just get straight past Jaka on that one. Although Jaka are pulling it straight back. This is a close battle once again. Orbit looking solid for both teams at the moment. Could be a draw. But if there's a mistake from anyone still, this could change very quickly. Jaka extending that lead very nearly, fell off the edge of the track. Should be okay. Again, gets very close to the edge. Jaka is pushing around these final few corners. Will lock in first place, and we'll get a draw on round 2.
Yeah, that puts Eterna on the board. You know what? 1 point is better than 0. It definitely makes you feel a little bit better. You would hate to see this round or this map be done in 4 rounds, because if that happens, someone just got quadruple ace, and that would be a terrible feeling. But Eterna able to bounce this one back as Jaka showed a pretty damn good time that last round. So again, Magorian is the one that needs to also join his teammate, unfortunately falling back into P4, and now LGB pushing up in front in an ace position.
LGB just seeming to kind of come alive the longer a map goes, right? I mean, that's definitely been the story for the most part, except for map 2, where Vortex started to have some struggles towards the end of the map. But generally speaking, here on map 4, the longer we get into a map, the better LGB are looking. The team in purple at the moment, looking strong in this round as well. Magorian's not far behind, but it really is Jaka versus 2 members of Les Galettes Breton right now for the win.
Oh, Jaka. It's a pretty good exit speed there. Starting to creep up behind Novu, but Novu had much better of a line there in the drift and just took off. Press B for boost for safety. 0.1 difference about for Novu to take the victory, thanks to Vortex just sticking right behind Jaka. LGB, they are 4 points away from closing this one out. Not exactly track point. Even an ace will not win, but it's starting to extend their lead farther and farther from Eterna. Eterna is looking for Magorian to bounce back this round.
Yeah, frankly, 6-2 is a relatively unusual score in this format. We see a lot of... Ooh, that's a clip, and that is Novu falling behind by about a second, I reckon, by the time we hit this checkpoint. No, he's only 6/10 down, but continuing to drop away a little bit. I was just going to say, we see plenty of 5-1, 7-2, 7-1, all regular score lines. 6-2, not so much. That's a full crash, and it is going to be Magorian dropping all the way back. In fact, Jack is losing speed through the middle of the track as well. Novu, despite the early mistake, is right alongside Jaka now. An ace for LGB would all but sew this map up, as not even 2 aces in a row would be enough to bring Eterna back into it at that point.
Yeah, it's not looking too hot. Okay, never mind. Jaka still being able to hold P2. Magorian also makes the same mistake in the back and hitting the booster. So it's going to be a clear victory. Okay, Novu went very far to the right there. I was very nervous. As I said that, I watched Novu take off, and I'm like, please don't do this to me. Please don't do this to me. But a victory for LGB, now on track point, looking to get their third track point, and it would be very nice for them to really not only secure their spot into the promo relegation, but put the nail on the coffin for anyone else to try to take their spot. Eterna needs to turn this one again round after round. I have said Eterna needs to get some sort of bounce back, but Megorian, currently the farthest one back, has had some pretty good moments. We've seen that he has the potential to just outpace the players on this team, but unfortunately, as I am talking about Megorian, Jacka hits the wall as Megorian now has a pretty good round up in the pack with the two LGB players. Starting to actually push up into P1, Vortex falling a little bit behind, so it's going to come down to whether or not a mistake is going to happen out of the LGB players and allow Jacka to be up in front. But no, Megorian ends up clipping at the end. I mean, a clip can happen, but Megorian is coming into this with half the speed. It is so rough for him. Yeah, no, it's starting to look really good. LGB looking like they are going to close this one out.
That's done. It's over. That's an ace. LGB have won another map with an ace in the final round. They've done that several times at this point. They are looking very, very strong. That'll close out the match for them. They have now won 3. Can they just add the cherry on top, win the final map, and get 4?
Yeah, no, I mean, with them also winning that one, like I said, it kind of nails the coffin for LGB to make it into promo relegation. Doesn't have to worry about anything, but it may have also set a nail onto Eterna's chances of making it as well. Now, Damascus Gaming is currently down 3-1, so there's still somewhat of a chance, but Eterna needs to turn it around here on Mander.
They watch, we slip, we phone, do this, who cares, move it, you know how we do this. You know how we do this. Hands up, getting, blue lights, shooting.
One map to go, and it is an important one for Eterna. Any chance they have at making top 4 in Division 2 of the Beacon Duo League for this season rests in just however many rounds, probably about 6 or 7 on average on this track. They will need to get it done as quickly as they can. At the moment, though, Vortex and Novu, not only have they looked better and better as maps have gone on, frankly, they've been looking better and better as the match has gone on as well, Randomize.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, just from a spectator standpoint, seeing LGB playing the way they are, the rounds, their times, everything's been looking really good. I'm even feeling pretty confident if they can continue playing like this. Really, Vortex, come on, please. But if they can continue playing like how they normally do, where they both play really well, they even have a pretty good shot in the promo relegation. But as I say that, Jacka made sure to correct me. Thank you, Jacka. I appreciate it. Yes, Vortex is back in P2, and it's looking like it could start off as an ace.
Yeah, it could be an ace for Vortex and Novu. It'd be a great way to start off. Starting as you mean to go on. Novu, just don't miss. Neither will Vortex. Both of them cleanly into the finish. That is the ace. 3 points immediately. And Eterna starting to get a little bit run away from. It's starting to look a little bit painful out there.
Yeah, I mean, and this is a hard map, honestly, to... When you have the pressure on, on your back, and like this, we need this, and then to be thrown on this one or Skelero, the two maps, the two later maps that came in. Not only do you technically have less practice, if you practice all of them evenly, but it is one of the maps that demands some little bit crazier, wonkier things out of you. Unfortunately, Jacka could not recover out of the flick from the dirt. and that's going to put Magorian all by himself. And again, it's even something like this. It's not very common. You fall into Gear 3. You are still climbing up into Gear 2 now. In the dirt, you barely have any speed as you're demanding to really be in a lot of precision moments. But LGB make it look really easy. But they do have Magorian still behind the Magorian, looking for any openings possible, because this could allow them to at least stop the bleeding that is currently looking like could be the finishing blow. Because we got an ace looking like on our hands now. Again, we have seen some funky things happen here at the end of Mander, but Novu and Vortex looking pretty clean and looking good, and an ace again. I don't know, Nua. We could potentially be looking at just 4 rounds.
Yeah, I mean, this is it. One more ace for LGB, and then they can just draw. You're 4 rounds and done and out of here. Can Aeterna muster something up at this point? I mean, part of the problem is, you know, it's not just mistakes from Aeterna. The times from LGB in that previous round were still solid. That was... Goodbye. Novu has fallen out of the track entirely. Took a while to respawn on that one. And Vortex is also behind, an early mistake as well. So maybe Aeterna handed a lifeline on this one. Their exits off of the ice slide were not the cleanest we've ever seen, but they are still a long way in front.
Yeah, 0.8 up ahead, potentially even extending the gap. There it is, the 1.1 gap. Yeah, they are looking a lot better, but this map has proven that even if you are in first place, anything can go wrong. We have seen it time and time again. Magorian making another mistake that's allowing Vortex to get back into the fight. He has a lot more speed, but we go into a slower speed section. Vortex still having overall speed better than Magorian, and even catching up to Jacka. Get the heck out of here, Vortex. Where is the speed coming from? You're supposed to be slower. How are you up in front already? How did you just pull that off? Oh my goodness. Aeterna just took it a little bit too easy, and we're going to have a Brazil scoreline with a 7-1. LGB just won't lie down and let anything happen. Just Aeterna had a free round, and it just went out the window.
Novu 47 seconds behind, and Vortex meanwhile fighting for his goddamn life up at the front. I mean, we saw the mistake from Magorian. Jacka's, I think, a bit more subtle. There's another mistake from Magorian. I think Jacka's mistake was just a drop gear somewhere towards the end there. Lost all the speed, and now it's Vortex and Novu. They're sitting 1-2, and if they win this, they've done it. They've closed it out. They're sitting at 4 map wins, 5 points overall from this series, and almost definitely securely locked into a top 4 in a spot in promo rel.
You know, Nua, I was joking when I said we could potentially see just 4 rounds.
I was not. I fully was. I took you seriously because it was kind of feeling like it.
Yeah, I mean, the morales are pretty much gone at this point. You knew you had a chance, and unfortunately right there, it went out the window. You know, like my hopes and dreams, but that's okay. You know, Aeterna, you still had a pretty good season. I believe they still have 1 more match to go, which would be against Molotov Gaming, but Molotov, looking pretty good. They are playing against Big Selecta, which is in the bottom 2. It is a 3. What? Vortex? Whoa! Okay, he did not like. He wanted to Okay, the round was a little boring. I'm not gonna lie. And then Vortex was like, "Here's a little bit of excitement to close it out."
Yeah, got dramatic there for a second at the end, but it is still going to be the win, 10-1. LGB, frankly, dominant in all of their wins. This is a match where, you know, I look at how the last 3 maps went randomized, and I'm like, wait, Eternal won a map. How did that happen?
I don't know. Yes, they did. That's as much analysis I can give you, because especially after that last round.
Yeah, I'm going to say, if that's the most analysis you can give us, I'm going to get you out of here. I'm going to go find some people who can actually do a little bit of analysis. We're going to head back on over to the Analyst Desk randomize. Thank you very much. See you soon. And back in we go to the Analyst Desk, where I am joined by Babs and Legion. And with that, I will say, LGB, obviously, Babs, locked in, top 4, no doubt in my mind. I think, actually, that might help Damascus now.
Potentially, but I think Damascus in their game, they weren't doing too well.
Yeah.
Who was that against again? I know Molotov were
5W.
playing against
5W,
yes, against
yeah.
5W. I think they were 1-1, but then it's kind of not gone their way. But it looks like Molotov have been playing really, really well against Big Selecta.
Yes.
So I think at the moment they look like favorites to take that 4th spot.
You say that. I'm just looking at the scoreboard here. Damascus currently, with a game in hand, 5 points ahead of Molotov, who are finishing out map 5 against Big Selecta at the moment. That is nearly done, and Molotov are 3-1. Damascus, if Eterna absolutely put Molotov in the dirt, Legion, if that happens, 6-0 to Eterna in that match, Damascus make it through.
It's gonna be close.
Yeah.
I've been looking at it. I've been trying to make heads or tails. I can't, just because of how tightly knit this group is. It's I want to say Damascus just barely pipped through.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I think we'll obviously go through all of this at the end of the day. For now, a little bit unfortunate for Eterna. Their fate was in their own hands at the start of the day. And unfortunately, the teams they've run up against have been a little bit tough. It has been a difficult day of matches for them. They do have one more left, but 4th place is now officially out of reach for Eterna. We're going to go to a break. We are going to come back after that break for our final match of the day, where we do go back to Division 1. That race still ongoing for top 6 in Division 1 to see who does make it through. So for now, relax. We've got a little bit of a longer break for once, so it's time for everyone. Go grab a drink, grab some food, and we will see you back for our final match of Beacon Duo League play as we do watch Blah take on Orcs GP Nomoop. See you relatively soon.
understand how you do this to me. You've been running in circles inside my head. Wasn't looking for love, but baby, I found you instead. Saw you in the red dress. I can't seem to understand how you got all that finesse. Still been running in circles inside my head. Wasn't looking for love, but baby, I found you instead. Seen the light in the dark, but it's been a while. And just remember, it's the heat from a heart beating next to mine. But I surrender, 'cause everything I touch seems to crumble, and everyone I love leaves me broken down. Everybody runs when they see me now. So I put my hands up in the sky, reveling the storm clouds as they pass me by. Now there's no escape, I realize I'm death in the land of the living.
Welcome back to the Beacon Duo League, where we are going to take just a little bit of time before we get into our last match of league play to run through what exactly is going on, because there are stakes in this match. This is a very, very important match in terms of what happens in Division 1 come the end of league play, and so we want to make sure that everyone has all the facts before we get on into it. So let's pull up this table and let's talk about it a little bit. Orcs GP Numwops versus Blah is the match that we are about to watch. Both of these teams after this match will go on to play Galactic Baguettes, and as we can see, Babs, as things stand, Blah and Orcs GP Numwops sit 6th and 7th, very close to that relegation line.
Yeah, look, here is the situation. Blah and Orcs GP are fighting for their spot in the playoffs. OxGP really need a win and a good win here against Blah, and then both teams are going to be facing Galactic Baguettes later on in the day. You said there's stakes in this match. Well, this fixture is looking tasty.
Yeah, I do see, our other caster, Legion, in chat asking what kind of stakes. I mean, happens every time we start talking about it, but these are not physical stakes. These are metaphorical stakes and potentially a chance at the prize money, which you could use to go and buy a lovely ribeye or a nice sirloin. Personally, would be my preference in that case. As you said, though, Babs, Orcs GP Numwops, they need a win, and importantly in this match, they do probably need a strong win as well, and then potentially a good performance against Galactic Baguettes. And if that happens, I mean, randomized, we've mentioned Galactic Baguettes, we've mentioned Blab, we've mentioned Orcs GP Numwops. Big are not out of the woods just yet either.
No, they are not. Since they are tied up with Galactic Baguettes, what's actually crazy about this is that if I'm reading this all correctly and I'm looking through everything, because we do unfortunately have some forfeits, so Nemesis and Shift get their free wins to push them up, and then Wheelsy also gets their free wins to push them up, but it's like you're not getting the games you really needed. So we're in a weird position now where something can completely flip-flop, but if I had to make a final prediction for the entire league, I really think it's going to come down to between how Blah and Orcs play against each other, right? If Orcs GP can sweep this one, that puts them in a much better position when both teams have to go up against Galactic Baguettes. Now, the question is, who plays Galactic Baguettes first? Because that's going to also allow a better warm-up into the next match, whatever it is. Personally, I think Orcs GP, unfortunately, they're not going to be able to beat Galactic Baguettes. They've still played a really good season. Ironically, I think both teams are going to lose to a Galactic Baguette. So all of that could end up, out of the equation. And just it comes down to this specific match, which is Orcs GP versus Blah. So there's a lot of different ways we can look at this. All the points that, all the points that are here and there, blah, blah, blah. But in the end of the day, just win. That's all I can really say.
Frankly, that's what it comes down to, is if you are the team that wins more matches, you'll probably do quite well. And with that in mind, we've kind of gone through exactly what maybe the different scenarios are. There are a few teams still at risk of sitting in that 7th place come the end of league play. But let's focus in on the match that we are about to actually watch, because it is Blah up against Orc GP Numwops. This is really both of them fighting for their lives at the moment. And it is two very interesting rosters as well. The squad of Bozbez and Tween for Orcs GP Numwops, and the squad of Josh and Elcon for Blah. And looking at them, Babs, excuse me. I mean, which of these teams are you feeling looks stronger? Which of these teams would you expect to be the team to come out on top in them head-to-head?
It's such a difficult prediction to make. I mean, I love both of these duos, as you said, because they are so interesting. Blah just came from both players looking for a duo, and one shot at the end to the other, and here we are. We've got Josh and Elcon coming through. A very young duo, I might add. Bozbez and Tween probably more experienced in this situation, so maybe we'll be a little bit more mellow, a little bit more content with their performance going into this one. I think from a neutral point of view, I really want Orcs to get the win here and make it interesting going into the last matches.
Yeah, one extra thing that I think we have to add, these are my two favorite icons of anyone across the entire tournament. I mean, look at that, just a little happy guy up against Blah, the cat. It's excellent, truly wonderful. We gotta get all of these team icons added as emotes to the Twitch chat. Can someone get on that as quickly as possible? Meanwhile, randomize. I mean, looking at it as well, do you have a favorite going into this match? I mean, either just preferred team, or in terms of performance, which of these teams you think is going to come out on top?
Personally, me, I've always been a fan of Bozbez, but there's also that little bit of name bias. My actual IRL name is Josh. We got Josh playing in the match. I kind of have to root on for the Joshes, but at the same time, all Joshes have all agreed over the years and years that there's only one Josh in the world. So I hope Josh loses, and I want to see Orcs GP win. Was that the most confusing prediction I've ever made? Yeah. Yes, but I don't care. That's what makes it fun, because that's honestly where we all are at right now. Because in reality, what I would like to see is the same thing as what Bab said. I would actually love to see Orcs GP win. I want them to win of at least somewhere around a 4-1. If they win around a 4-1, we start to tie up the points. They start to get much closer, and then the Galactic match for both teams really do matter. That's what's going to make it more fun. But if Blah wins, and if they win with a dominant, performance, the next match isn't really going to matter too much. So for fun, to make things look really interesting, I really want Orcs GP to win 4-1, and this would be the best story we could have here at Beacon.
Yeah, absolutely. I will say, and this was the rumor coming out of someone involved with production. We're not going to name names, and we can't speak to the veracity of this entirely, but that potentially Orcs GP Numwops have not been training on one of the 5 maps, because, hey, technically you don't have to train on all the maps to win a match, I guess. But at the same time, they are really in need of a 4-1 victory here. And if you're kind of sitting there going like, well, we haven't touched one of the maps all week and we trained the other 4, that's putting a lot of pressure on all 4 of those maps, Babs.
Yes, and we've seen slip-ups are easy to make even amongst the best teams that we have in the division. So you expect a certain amount of that to happen. You expect sometimes a map just might not go your way. You might be unlucky, or just you don't win the important rounds. So if you've gone with that strategy of focusing on 4 maps out of the 5, well, yeah, you are adding a little bit more pressure to yourself. But maybe you just back yourself and you're going to make it work.
Yeah, it's giving, studying for an exam in school and trying to predict which topics come up, except in this case, all 5 maps are going to come up. So choosing, to not study one of them is definitely a little bit like, but it was guaranteed. You knew it was going to be here. So we'll wait and see how that does.
Hang on, just to point something out. If you really do think about it, in this game mode, this is the first time we've had to force the players to actually play all 5 maps. Normally in TMW 2v2, you don't play all the maps. There's usually a ban in it, or even if there's not, you can just kind of throw one map away. So it is a legitimate strategy that these teams have been using since 2023. So maybe they thought they could do it here.
Yeah, maybe they thought they could do it here. And frankly, if you started doing it earlier on in the tournament and you just said there's just one map we're just never going to touch, we're just going to win all of our matches 4-1, sure, maybe that would have been an option. Unfortunately for Orcs GP Numwops, that doesn't seem to be the approach they took. They just decided to do it for week 3 because, hey, life gets in the way sometimes. You get a little bit busy and things work out that way. But we'll wait and see how it does here. Again, just final time, the stakes going into this match. Orcs GP Numwops trail Blah by 4 points in the standings. With that in mind, they probably need at least a 4-1 win over them in this match to give themselves a shot at moving up and out of the bottom 2 places in Division 1, and both teams will go on to face Galactic Baguettes, who are maybe at risk, but probably not as big, are really the team at risk of dropping into bottom 2 if Blah Orcs GP Numwops finish out the season strong in league play. It's a lot to keep track of. It'll be great when it's all over and we can look at a completed league table, and we're nearly there. I'm going to ask one more time. Let's just reiterate. Randomize. Who was the prediction for this match?
I'm looking for Orcs GP for a 4-1.
Orcs GP for a 4-1. Thinks it's going to come through, Babs?
The Numwops men for a 4-1.
I mean, hey, it's what they need. The desk is predicting they're gonna get it. Let's throw it on into the casters for our final match of league play in the Beacon Duo League. How you doing over there, boys?
We are doing absolutely fantastic, Noah. Thank you so much. Boney, good to see you again. How have you been?
Doing A-okay, doing well, doing swell. Looking forward to another match of BDL. And I mean, it's the last one for today, but what a cracking match we have up for us. Orcs GP Numwops versus Blah. And I mean, if there is ever a way to start off a match, it's got to be on Skellerogue.
This shit ain't going insane.
It is do or die here in the last match for the broadcast here today. Orcs GP versus Blah. Both teams fighting to stay in Division 1 and not go to promo relegations. And it is going to potentially be a bloodbath. I know the analyst desk had their predictions, but of course, anything's possible in Trackmania. And at the start of the round, it is the Orc squad of Boz and Tween off to an early lead here. Josh just about a 10th back, and it is Elcon right now struggling half a second here, but he is still within shouting distance of the front two. Can Josh get an overtake, though, here, as we're starting to get towards the end of the map here on Skellerogue? It is still a 1-2 for Orcs.
Yeah, Josh is hunting. He's looking, but so far, honestly, none of his efforts are very fruitful. It is Bospez and Tween, hand in hand, side by side, setting up for that risky fin. We'll see if there will be a mix, as we have seen throughout today. No, both players setting up, turn around, and they make it in. It does look like the speed is there. Tween a little bit worried. Did go in a little bit slower, but hey, you know what? An ace is an ace, and that's going to be the move, Wops boys, to bring home those first 3 points. I'm still a little bit flabbergasted to what happened during the start of that first round. A bit of a, I don't know, interesting crash, I want to call it. I'm pretty sure that wasn't intentional. This time around, we do have all the players making their way through the booster. A bit of an alternative line, if you will. Don't think it's going to be that consistent, but Blah already put on the back foot from round number 1, but this time around, they do have both players in the mix, and Bospez is currently keeping them away from a potential first place.
Yep, for Orcs, this is the start you want. I know Randomize said he was expecting a 4-1 victory, and if they want to maximize their chances of staying out of promo relegation, they need to 4-1 Blah here. A 3-2 is fine, but they are 4 points down, so if they did manage to go 3-2, they would only gain 2 points, so they would cut that lead, or cut that deficit in half. But of course, they want everything they can get, and they both these teams still have to play Galactic Baguettes after this, so it'll be interesting to see how that all pans out. But into the end right now, Elcon holding off the charge from Tween. We go into the risky, but Elcon does it a little bit better. He'll get through. Josh is overtaking Tween. I don't think Tween had enough speed there, so he has to respawn. So it will be the round victory for Blah to cut the lead to 2.
Yeah, it came down to that turnaround. Just a little bit of awkward line. It initially seemed like Bospez was going to be the one down, as he did go quite far to the left, but eventually he was able to make his way through. This time around, though, the turnaround not really going in his favor, so Tween already down a teammate is going to have to do some defense from this point on. It's very unfortunate to have that happening at the start of the round at that as well. Still, having a lead of 2 points is beneficial to have, but a fight. I mean, Tween versus Elcon, talk about a more iconic fight. For those who know, they know. This is one of those, like, I don't know, I just love seeing the two fight it out against one another. And Josh and Bospez, I mean, for the time being, are looking from the sidelines, but what Josh is doing is what he needs to do. Stay close, stay in contention to make sure to reinforce whenever Tween makes a mistake.
Yeah, it's the battle of the Titans, really. Tween and Elcon, so much competitive experience between them and against each other. So it's always a bit of a guess as to who's going to come out on top in any round or competition when those two get into the server together. Elcon had a mistake about halfway through the map, so he fell back. Josh was able to overtake, but it looks like they are going to finish 2-3 through the safe finish. They had plenty of space between themselves and Bospez, who does finish about 6 seconds behind Elcon. So a draw coming out here. So we have gone ace, victory, draw. So that either means we're on for a draw or a victory to keep the pattern going to go back up to where we started. It's still hard to tell how this match is gonna go. And speaking of going anywhere, it is Josh going to the Shadow Realm, and he has completely fallen off, just leaves Elcon by himself to try and force another draw.
Exactly, Elcon's going to have to try and pull that pot of grief from the deck right now, as he is the only one left standing for his team. Bospez and Tween right now are putting the pressure on Alcon. But I mean, talk about the machine going to work right now in first place through each and every one of these turns, is able to stay a bit ahead until the transition onto the plastic. Unfortunate clip happening right there at Tween and Bospis. I mean, it is still Skello Rogue. We know how things can go. The gap at the moment is about half a second due to that clip from Alcon. So the Risky Finn is still there to make sure you can get first place, but hey, it's risky for a reason. Tween and Bospis both setting up for it. Get the turnaround nicely. Speed is A-okay, and you know what's even better? 3 points to your name. Bringing the lead to 5 points in total, 8-3.
3 points to the team and 0.003 of a second between them. Bospis pulling up right at the end there to his teammate. So, Orcs, this is the start they want. Track point 8-3. If they can get the victory here, we'll move on to map number 2. Blah on the back foot. And speaking of back foot, they certainly are, as Josh has really gotten the worst start out of all of these guys. It's only a couple of tenths, sure, but in competitions like this, with skill levels that are this high, a couple of tenths might as well be a couple of miles between drivers. And Tween leading the charge ahead of Alcon, who has overtaken Boz for that second place. But he knows if he wants to get a little bit more, he has to get ahead of Tween now, as we are getting into the latter stages here. The transitions are going very, very well. No clips as we saw in the last round. Tween in the lead. Alcon, Bospis, Josh. That's 2 through 4 as we head into the jump onto the plastic. Tween and Alcon. The dueling continues yet again. Bospis waiting for a mistake. Same with Josh. But we are going to head into the risky finish here. Can Orcs find anything to close this match out, or can Alcon deny? We go into the risky finish. Alcon's going to fail it. Tween gets the overtake. Bospis with him. And Josh... I never thought it'd be so simple, but he found a way. He forces the draw. Blah stays alive another round. It was right there for Orcs, and they lost it at the last second.
That really came down to the wire. Alcon going just a tiny bit off track, right? Ending up on the right side. Fortunately, Josh having the exit speed, being there to reinforce, to make sure that for now, at least, the match isn't over. Still, though, Blah in a tough situation, having to ace twice if they somehow still want to win Skello Rogue. As right now, I mean, Bospis with a small crash does mean that Tween, all he needs to do to win the map is stay at least second place. And I mean, he's doing what he needs to do. He's setting up. Bospis behind it by about a second. On a track like this, there is still the potential for the Risky Finn to give you a little bit of a benefit, a little bit of a boost, if you will. But I think Josh at this point is smelling Brella in the water, but he crashes into the wall onto that drift. So unfortunate, completely out of it. And yeah, it really just comes down to this final turn into the finish. Honestly, Tween could get away with a safe. You know, it's all about getting in second, but I mean, it wouldn't be Tween if he didn't go for the risky, but he crashes out. Where's Bospis? Okay, he's there. Okay, crisis averted. Crisis averted. A-okay. Orcs GP Numawops is gonna pick up map number 1. It is gonna be a victory for Blah, but it's only the battle. The war has been won by the W boys in the Numawops.
It's the first map. Again, they need 4 if they want the best possible outcome. They haven't trained, which is fine. But if they manage to get 5, that's even better. But I think realistically, we're probably looking at a 3 or a 4 map win for either team. Obviously, looks like we're rooting for Orcs. So we'll see how that plays out as we head on to Thriller.
Don't pause, press. Don't pause, press.
Because this is Triller indeed. We are off. Blah on the back foot right now, having to put in a little bit extra work. As Skellerogue just didn't quite pan out the way they wanted it to. It's gonna be a bit of an uphill battle. Still though, Orcs gonna be quite happy just getting in that 1 point, you know, having to worry a bit less about, well, any maps that may or may not have been trained as much. I, for one, have been known to doubt any times like, oh, you know, I trained like a little bit, it's been alright, you know, it's a-okay, and it's like they turned out to be a complete beast on that track, very much downplaying the facts, right, of them being a very good player, but we're not there yet. Right now, we are on Triller. We are making our way through. Thus far, Josh, at the moment, slowest of the 4 by about half a second, trailing behind, having some issues on the 360. But Alcon is there to do some defense, to make sure that if at worst, you know, it's going to be a draw. Right now, he is leading Tween and Bospez a little bit around those bends onto the quarter pipe. And all they can do is follow as Alcon will bring home the first place. Josh making it a, well, third place because Bospez kind of missed it.
I didn't see what happened there. Yeah, no, I was focused on Tween, and I looked over, because I have obviously the view that we show on stream. I looked over and I saw Bospez doing that, you know, jittery respawning, so I was confused, but that's a round that got away from Orcs in a way, so that's okay. Plenty more to come here. So 2-1 right now for Blah. Orcs still looking to try and get at least 4 to make sure their playoff hopes stay alive. And currently in the round, Boz, Tween doing pretty good. It's Tween right now as we see Elcon, a big hit there at the exit of the ice, so he's got to try it all over again. Tween grazes the wall here just before the water. He won't lose too much time, I don't think. Elcon's not really in threat range. The only player right now who is in any position to change positions is Josh right now. He's in second, about half a second behind Bospez through the checkpoint, but it's going to come down to the quarter pipe jump. If Boz goes a little too low with a little too, you know, not enough speed, he might lose the position, but he gets one transition, gets the other transition, goes for the jump, and he is going to grab that first place. 105.30. Then it's Josh and Tween. Elcon just now flipping off the stone bridge.
Whoa, you can't do that on stream, right? Flipping people off, my word.
I mean, you could be doing it right now, Boney, and we wouldn't know.
Yeah? Yeah, this is true. This is true. This is true. But hey, I'm not the one actually driving. Maybe it was intentional, just a little bit of a I'm out of here. And for now, it is going to be a 3-3. Victories on both sides on these first 2 rounds. Third round underway. Will be a question of if we are going to be able to get everybody in cleanly. Unfortunately, Tween, what an unfortunate crash. Is going to be out of the running, and it's actually also Alcon having some issues, so the Battle of the Brits continues on with Bospez in the lead, Josh trailing behind by about 0.3 of a second. Definitely not something he can't overcome considering the slow sector we're about to have here with the no breaks, both players making the turnaround beautifully. Josh going a little wide right there, actually, having some issues, and has to respawn. Bospez completely free to get the first place, and it's really going to be a question of, I mean, Tween is kind of far away, but Josh is even further now. This could still be a round win for XGP Nuwaps.
Yeah, but Tween's got to make sure he gets there in a reasonable amount of time, and Bospez doesn't miss the finish. Oh my god, okay, I was about to say, don't do that. So it's going to be Bospez getting the first place. Elcon, Tween just arrives, and ooh, Josh at the buzzer. Okay, so the round victory gives Orcs GP the lead 5-4 here on Thriller. That was a questionable round. We had a lot of mistakes coming out.
I was looking at the times as well. We had a 105, we had a 107, a 113, and a 115. You know, just a regular old round of Trackmania, as you do. Honestly, this is just my ranked experience. Honestly, Josh is having some issues with the waterworks right there, and is gonna have to leave Elcon to do it on his own. But what a beautiful 3-6 from Elcon. Unfortunately, does clip into the wall right there at the end. The setup was there, but it does lose a bit of speed, allowing BossBez to overtake. Tween also now putting on the pressure right behind Alcon and trying to, you know, get by along the way. BossBez still in it.
Oh, Tween.
Far to the right, but Tween, he is going to be gone. And BossBez, though, on defense, 5-4 is the scoreline. And honestly, throughout this map so far, none of the players really haven't been able to be as consistent, right? We got some 105s coming out from both BossBez and Alcon, but every time somebody seems to trail behind. It's going to be a draw, though, for this one. 6-5 will mean that we're not quite there yet. And honestly, there's no real favorite thus far on Triller.
No, but what I'm noticing is that as we go into the Ice 360 section, Tween and Alcon might sort of get the turnaround first, but it's really BossBez who gets it the best. I don't know if you've noticed, but he has rocketed ahead of these guys in the last few rounds just through that one section alone. That seems to be where he is the most comfortable, and we'll see if he actually gets that same sort of exit here. Oh, he's actually matched by Tween, so that's what I'm talking about. Alcon, I think, got a little bit of airtime, so he's missing out on a couple of points of speed. Nothing really too upsetting, but it is going to make a difference, especially here in Trackmania. We all know the difference that speed can make is Tween. Massive error at the drop down. That leaves Alcon all by, or sorry, that leaves BossBez all by himself. Bloss setting up for a round victory unless BossBez has something to say about it. He's going to go a little bit higher. He's going to get some more speed, and he does. He comes down first. He gets the dash around, and BossBez will get the draw here to keep Orcs ahead and on to match points, or map points, excuse me.
Yeah, BossBez just holding the line right there, managing to, I mean, Alcon having some issues with that quarter pipe jump, and again, it's very much plaguing all of these players, and really, I mean, BossBez, his first round was the only round where things really went wrong, and other than that, things have been looking quite swimmingly, and you can see that in the points as well. It's 7-6, there's no real gap between the players, and well, it's going to be a question of can they keep it together. Right now is a very decisive round. Orcs GP Numa Wops could, you know, if the stars align, pick up the map right here, right now. Alcon and Josh are trailing behind, entering into the 360, but we have an issue there on Tween's side, exiting out of the sector, and it's going to be in a duel right now with Josh and BossBez and Alcon at the front, side by side, car to car. Honestly, if it wasn't for the colors not matching at all, I wouldn't be able to tell the difference. But out of that exchange, still no clear victor.
Alcon's got to be careful, though. If he makes one mistake with BossBez being right on top of him, Tween is on his trail. One mistake from Alcon is all it's going to take to end Thriller here. As we go into the jump, though, I think Alcon is going to be safe by how much? Just about 7,000 or 700ths of a second. That could have gone very, very badly for Alcon.
Yeah, Alcon, I mean, there are moments where you gotta focus up, and that definitely was one of them. 8-7, still in favor of Orcs GP Numa Wops, but now it is no longer a matter of, oh, you know, if things go wrong, we could still afford it. No, Blah is also now in a position where an ace could mean victory. I will say, though, throughout the performance on the track, it'll be coming down to Orcs GP Numa Wops having issues on their own. For now, though, BossBez trailing a little bit behind, but showing off that speed going through the 360. Once again, though, the light beam seems to be just a little bit in the way of everyone making their way through, with this time around BossBez being the one to kiss it a little bit. Tween, though, is in the den of the lions right now, trying to find his way out, trying to get past Alcon, who is just stopping him at each and every one of these turns. And now Josh also getting closer and closer, right on his heels, tries to go for a bit of a lower jump, ends up a bit higher, but Tween still in front of him. It's looking like a round victory depending on the pace, true to finish, and yes, it's going to be that. 9-9 victory and everything to play for.
We have the first chance, I think, in a while of seeing overtime on stream. I don't think we've had it for a good while. I think a couple weeks ago. But to touch on the light pull, it's situations like this where sometimes you do have to risk, and Boz knows that 100%. He pushed it. he got, he got a little bit of kickback from it. It wasn't what he expected. Obviously, had it gone his way, we could have seen this map over with. We could have been on to the next one, but he's probably going to learn his lesson here. Yeah, he takes it a lot safer, but Elcon right now, he is leading the field. Josh is behind Tween. If we keep this setup, we do go into the very first overtime in a while. But Elcon, any mistake at all, any respawn, any bad touch, and Boz could overtake. And he might do it here, Boz, with a little bit more speed. Now we drop down into the penalty grass, up onto the platforms, into the quarter pipe jump. Boz is there. Elcon is as well. Does Tween make the jump? Yes, he does, but Josh is right beside him. Josh gets the overtake into the jump. Ladies and gentlemen, Blah's gonna take it in an absolutely thrilling round here on Thriller. 11-10. Orcs. That is one map down that they didn't want to lose. If they want that positive playoff picture, they need to win the next 3.
Yeah, that came down to just one slight error from Tween entering onto the no engine sector, onto the wood. His line wasn't good. And that was all it took for Josh to overtake. Beautiful run. And this is the map that Orcs GP was worrying about. It is going to be Mander.
Watch, you slip, you phone, do this, who cares, move it, you know how we do this. You know how we do this. Hands up, getting, you lights, shooting.
Orcs GP is in a bit of a pickle here. They wanted the 4-1. They lost on Thriller, so now the best they can hope for is a 3-2. And it's on a map that they allegedly have not really put that much effort into here on Mander. Blah, of course, training the maps, so they know what to expect. This is almost like sort of a sight read for the boys over at Orcs GP, as Tween in the background has made an error, so he's fallen off quite considerably. If Blah wins this map, Boney, Orcs has to win the next 2. If they don't do that, what do you think the possibility of Orcs going to relegation is?
It definitely does go up by quite a bit. I mean, it just puts on the pressure, right, that against Legal Capitone, they need to make sure that, well, they need to outright win, right? It can't be just a 3-2. You gotta be dominant in that regard. But you're still dealing with the fact that you have a bit of a weaker map in the map pool. As right now, I mean, Bospus has been able to keep up, but honestly hasn't been able to make a dent in the lead that Josh had throughout that round, 108.5 to put down along with Alcon to support for that victory. It's just having that, knowing that this is a map that is there, and there's really not a lot of time left to all of a sudden get fully praxed on a map such as this. Tween.
Oh boy.
Out of there.
Bozbez too.
Out of there, and this is exactly the horror situation, right? This is worst case scenario happening right here, right now, as the gap. Oh no, Bozbez is just completely.
My God.
Oh no, I can't look. Boy, we're looking at something a lot more pleasant. It's Josh and Alcon currently in first and second, side by side. Probably some safe calls already came out, being aware of the situation. Tween falling behind by about a second. It's that's a tough one, but this is what we were worried about, right? This is exactly the scenario that we expected to occur.
I know, and if you're Orcs, you can't really be too surprised. If it's a map that you allegedly haven't really trained, then going up against an opponent who clearly has, this is sort of what you expect. I mean, I'm pretty sure we've all gone into some competition of some sorts. Not even just saying, oh, you didn't practice, but not even something as simple as warming up can make a massive difference. I've gone into competitions where I have just opened the game and I'm getting into it, and then I've had competitions where I have spent the hour prior to the match starting, practicing, and it makes a big difference. And we're seeing that here as Blah goes to a 5-1 lead over Orcs. You know, a little bit of 360 action earlier from Boz. I checked back on him while he was struggling, so yeah, it's showing that there is a lot of issues still with Orcs on this track here, and it's really not doing them any favors.
This time around, they do manage to survive the start, as we see Alcon currently in first, Boss was in second, Josh on third, Tween on fourth, and Tween this time around, that fourth place is not as far away as it was those last couple of rounds. He is in the mix. He is getting quite close, and actually Bossbez right there with a great line through the grass manages to get past both Alcon and Josh. Tween, though, having issues keeping up, having issues really staying close to his teammate. Alcon and Josh, though, complete opposite. They are pretty much side by side, following in each and every one of these lines. You only have a couple of turns remaining. Bossbez sets up for that final drift, heading onto the plastic for that risky fin. And he does get first place, but the only thing he's going to get out of it is a PB and a draw.
Yeah,
I feel like that's a type of sandwich. Is it? I don't know. Could be.
A PB and a draw?
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
I mean, that's what some people call the drawer, so... I guess... I mean, is that where you keep your sandwiches, in a drawer?
I mean, you could. Who's going to tell
might
me no?
be
I'm an adult.
I might call the mental asylum and have you taken away if you do that, because those belong in fridges. But if we're talking about sandwiches, it is Blah that's eating good right now, as they have a 6-2 lead over the Orcs GP squad, and Tween again. These starts are killing him. He's losing so much time in the beginning. Boz, at the very least, has shown that he is able to sort of keep up with these guys, but again, it's only so much you can do as a one-man sort of squad right now. Not to, you know, throw shade to Tween, but if you're only drawing rounds and you're down by 4, you really need to, you know, consider getting... At this point, it's going to have to be aces, because if the standings stay where they are right now, Blah's going to be on map point with a 7-3, and all they're going to need, realistically, is one mistake from Boz to secure this to go up 2-1 in the series.
I do like how Bossbez just drove a 0.3 before that, driving a 0.1. The big difference is very much that, right? As you mentioned, Bossbez, at least for the time being, is doing it on his own, but it is a 2v2 at the end of the day, and you can see the difference between the two teams on this track. Alcon and Josh, who are pretty much side by side, driving the same pace, but at the same time, you do have that gap happening at the moment between Tween and Bossbez. This time, though, Tween actually in the lead. Bossbez just trailing a little bit behind. Could be a potential, upfall. A bit of wind coming along their way. You know, getting a bit more up. But honestly, it's still kind of, I'm hard pressed to say this is it, right? This is where it's gonna happen. You can see the difference between the two teams. Josh, though, trailing a little bit behind this time around in a fight with Bossbez for third place. Boss is having some issues entering into the dirt. Does mean he's going to lose a little bit of speed. And Blah still having that 4-point gap, still on map point. Just has the advantage. Tween, though, holding the line until that drift, losing the speed. Alcon able to overtake, and with that, it is going to be, it came close to it, honestly, the victory for Blah.
Yep, and now they are only needing a draw. They can comfortably take this round. They know that Orcs are having problems on this map. They don't need to risk as much. They know that at the very least, one of them needs to be in front. And of course, if I know Josh and Alcon, they're probably going to say, well, it should be me at the same time in the same cadence. So it's going to be interesting to see how it plays out. And currently, it is Josh ahead of his teammate Alcon. Boz, though, 10th and some change behind. Alcon, down in last, has had a bit of a blunder somewhere, but it's not over yet. Boz can stay either first or second. If he does that, if he stays first, obviously it's 1 point for the draw. If he's in second, it's still 1 point, despite the 2 that Orcs will gain. But he has decided that he is going to be sitting third right now. So Orcs Orcs
could
have
take
a
2 good
chance.
rounds.
They
Yeah.
could, but it's gonna come down to this and the drift. I'm not certain. Josh touches. Are Orcs gonna stay alive on this into the risky?
They do.
Yes, they are.
They do. And again, I mean, that's an ace. I mean, something that does surprise me again, mentioning the whole, you know, not necessarily being practiced, but so far I haven't seen Alcon or Josh drive a point 3 yet. Yet Bospus and Tween did that just now. If they are able to lock in for just 1 round, somehow they may still be able to pick it up here, because the deficit was massive, right? That is not something you're going to be able to overcome quite easily, 5 points, but it could take just 2 rounds. It could take just a bad round from your opponents. And sometimes you need a little bit of luck when it comes to competition, right? You can't always have full control over the situation. As of right now, they are trailing just a little bit behind on Josh and Alcon, and Josh or Alcon, all they need to do is 1st or 2nd place. That's all they need. That's all it takes. Just don't make a mistake. And that could lead to some issues, right? That's still a bit of pressure, especially with how close we are getting to the end of the league, with how important all of these points are. At the start of the league, it may not appear as apparent that, oh, you know, just winning that 1 extra map is going to make all the difference. But right now, all of a sudden, it gets very, very real. Bospus trying to get the overtake on Alcon. Does get in between, but Josh is still leading and needs to stay in the lead for Blah to pick up this map. It's going to come down to the risky finish, and everybody makes their way through. Josh will hold the line. Even if Bospus overtook, it didn't matter. It's going to be Blah picking up map number 3 and making the score 2-1 in their favor. Whew.
I was expecting Orcs to ace it. That was a great round, though. I mean, the ace came in a little too late, though, I think. No, Boney? No. You don't have faith? You don't have faith in the boys? Okay, all right, fine. Then I guess not. I guess now Orcs is in probably a much tighter situation. Down by 2, they gotta win 3 to keep those promo ghosts away. And we're going to Marabello for map 4. And we are into a very dire situation as Orcs GP shaken like jello as we head on to Marabello for map 4. And Buzz already at the start having massive issues. So that's going to put him down into last place. Oh, but so has Josh. Yes. Josh and Buzz both making errors. And now it's a fight. Elcon and Tween, a story as old as time itself. But Elcon has gotten the best. Oh, and Tween gets the worst gear there. You heard it coming. And he loses out on so much speed. So Elcon extends his gap right now. Almost a full second. So Blah right now setting up for the first round victories. But Boz is about half a second behind Josh right now. He is in striking distance. But it is going to require a miracle here. But into the penalty reactor sand fragile section we go. Elcon maintains the lead into the drift, and I think he'll have it. So we're gonna have to look towards Josh and Boz for the last 2 spots here.
Yeah, though at the moment the gap is pretty much too large for Bospus to overcome. Josh did make his way through that final drift, and it's gonna be a victory right there for Blah. Best case scenario for them coming out of that onslaught that we saw at the start of the round. And I mean, when looking at Marabello, if there's something that can't go wrong, it's the start. Bospus. Alcon also out of it. What is going on? These bricks, I think they're talking to bricks once again. I'm telling you guys, you gotta stop talking to bricks. It's not gonna happen. Josh and Tween, for the time being, will take the reins in this match. Josh having the lead, always a good thing if you're a Blah fan. And Tween, though, he is setting up the hunt. He's pretty much onto the wheels of Josh, but not really getting the space through this time around. Doesn't get the slowdown as we get the jump onto this wet plastic. Tween tries to get the inside line, still not finding that room. Every single time he tries to attack Josh, he gets deflected, parried, dodge roll away. Josh is getting his Sunny D's in, ready for another way into perhaps a victory. Though Elcon too far behind, so the best he can do right now is help for that draw. It is that reactor fragile penalty sand sector heading into a final drift, but Elcon is there to sorry, Tween is there to attack. Doesn't make it. Once again, Josh, the defense, simply untouchable and making sure that Blah retains their lead.
I don't know if you caught it. Tween had probably one of the closest drifts I've seen in the end. He got just wide enough and he cut it just close enough to the apex. And he closed up for a moment, but there was just not enough speed on the tail end of that to get the overtake done. So about a 1/10 of a second between first and second, which is a great round, of course. But another round underway, 3-2 the score, giving Blah some room here. And as a reminder, Orcs is in a very desperate situation. They were unable to secure a 4-1, so the best they can hope for now is a 3-2. They need to win this map to guarantee that. If they lose this, their Division 1 hopes could be dashed, as they would head potentially, most likely, to the promo relegations. Of course, we have to keep in mind there's still some more matches to be played by GB, who I think both of these guys, or both of these teams will be facing. So it'll be interesting to see how that all plays out. But into the end here, Elcon has some more speed, gets some overtake on his teammate. Yeah, just about. Boz is still in the lead. The speed's going to be the same, so a draw coming out, but that lead remains for Blah.
Draw.
Yeah, but this is also something that is good to have, as Orcs GP Numo Ops, knowing that your opponents, it's just a single point, right? And a single point is doable. That is something you can overcome. Just keep the line, hold the line. You don't have to win the round right now. You just got to win it eventually. And 1 point each way doesn't, shift the pendulum, doesn't change the situation too much. Tween, though, just having some issues staying within contention this time around with the jump out of that 180 ice lights sector, and is gonna have to fall behind by about 0.3 of a second. It's usually around this point that he does start to get into the swing of things, but it seems always to be a little bit too little too late, and Blah actually has been looking phenomenally thus far. It's really just been them trying to chase down, but their consistency these last couple of rounds has proven to be quite beneficial to them, as right now they actually are able to overtake Bospez. Very curious to see if they're going to be able to retain that heading into the fragile reactor. Sand only 360 no scope sector. Yes, they do. They get through. Is the drift also as clean as it needs to be? It is going to be. Is an ace in the board. 3-7 is going to be the score. Blah, just like that, put themselves in a beautiful position to win this map.
They are. It's that consistency you talked about. It's one thing to be quick, but it's another thing to be consistently quick. Or even in some cases like this, just be consistent. Just make the least amount of mistakes. Thank you, Tween, for proving my point in some capacity. But yeah, this is looking like it might be Blah's map. If they ace here, it's over, and Orcs is in a very bad spot. They will probably have to look towards promo relegation. They will probably also have to start practicing. Oh, map there as Tween in the background crushes it. Yeah, this is looking like Blah may be maybe staying out of promo rel, I think.
Yeah, I'm getting that idea as well. I mean, once again, around where Elcon and Josh are just doing what they need to do. They're putting in the work, clocking in, do what needs doing, and clock out to head home to the wife and kids. As right now, Bospis is trying to get in between, but a crash right into the fragile. He just stops. He's done. He's like, you know what? This ain't it, Chief. Go next. And it is going to be an ace to close things out. I mean, the draws were A-okay, but at some point, something's got to give. Another point tree on the board right there. And it's going to be 1-3. Blah, with that, wins the match. Is going to guarantee themselves 4 points at least. They could make it 5.
They could, yeah. They might. Could see it happen. Obviously, this is going to allow them to just increase that buffer that they already had to Orcs. But obviously, when you're so, I don't want to say so low down on the table, but when you are in the position they're at along with Orcs, you gotta take anything you can get. But folks, last map of the day, we've gone around it again and again. It's going to be Orbit.
Echo of the night, we find solace, we find light in the moment cannot. When you hear the music stop, I can see you, I can hear you, and I know that you are strong. You've been dealing with the demons, now you know where you belong. In the echo.
There we go. I mean, with that victory, for those who have been keeping track, this does put Orcs GP Momowops in a awkward position. At least 1 point. Could make it 2, but Blah, with this, will get 4 points. Will put themselves on 18, overtaking Big, who has played all of their matches. And with that, are looking to be secured of a spot in the playoffs. Still, though, more points is always a good thing, so let's go for one more round, one more map here on Orbit, as we have Alcon and Josh currently in 1st and 4th place. Boss was between smack dab in the middle. A nice little jelly sandwich, I'll call it that, with the purple. It does remind me a little bit of that. Still, though, no one really moving an inch throughout it thus far. Everybody keeping the same pace, and it's really come down to some minor mistakes. Right up into the orbit, though, we have seen players crash into these blocks. No touches whatsoever. Slide your way around, and Alcon is out of there right before we head into orbit. It's going to be Josh, though, picking up the pieces. Gets in front of Bospez, who has some issues entering into the final sector, and Tween will pick up 1st place, but with Alcon overtaken, it went from a draw to a draw.
Those are those little mistakes you just said, Boney. I know it doesn't seem like much. It seems like, oh, it's just a little wall touch, or oh, it's a weird gear, or, you know, you just sort of hit the brake a little too long, but you're seeing the ramifications. Yeah, exactly, Skellerogue. That entire map is, hey, don't make a mistake. And it's just sort of a good showing of the butterfly effect, and just how a minor change can have huge ramifications. And one guy who has gotten a boatload of that is Alcon and Josh for Blah, as now it is Orcs taking the lead here. 1 and 2 for them as we head up and around, engine off, engine on. This is, this seems to be the map I don't expect many mistakes on. I feel like this is, I mean, at least in my opinion, is probably one of the easier maps.
Yeah, it really does come down to minor errors here and there. The only place we still see mistakes happening regularly is at the ending, right? Is at that orbit part, heading into it. We see players crashing into reactor blocks. We see them, you know, getting a little bit too close to the sun when they do turn around. And the ending is also, you know, it's really just that last sector. Everything else in between, we have seen players have become quite adept at. Still, though, that doesn't mean you are simply impervious because of that. There are no, possibilities per se. No, we see that happening exactly. Blah right there, dropping the ball a little bit, allowing Orcs GP Momowops to get into a 4-1 position. And I mean, if there is any hope, I mean, if you want to theorize, you know, are they still going to be able to stay in? Well, they have to win this map and then win every other map next match. But hey, the road to that starts right here, right now. Baby steps along the way. It's going to be up to Bospez and Tween to try and keep their fate in their hands. Or are Josh and Alcon going to snatch away their opportunities? That's going to be the big question.
Well, baby steps are fine, but when you are getting trampled by the giants of Trackmania, you really need to start hitting your stride. And this is the point where, yeah, Orcs have to do that. They have to start winning maps from here on. They need to 5-0 their next match, I think, to have a better chance at getting out of relegation. Of course, we have a bunch of other matches that need to be sort of decided, but into the ending here, it has been perfect for everybody except for Tween. As I say that, he will not make it to the finish line with the rest of the pack. Blah responds with an ace of their own, and Elcon a PB of a 105.3.
I mean, that in and of itself, but the fact that Elcon and Josh were both in sync, in line, both driving that point tree, at no point, even with the mistake from Tween there at the end, I don't think they could have done anything. I really don't think there was any shot. Maybe this round, though. I mean, we already have a small error happening on the dirt, Elcon hitting the wall, but no, with the way that was unfolding, it, to me, felt like there was no other situation than an ace to occur. Honestly, Blah was simply on fire, as we do see Tween and Elcon both having some issues. Elcon with a small oopsie and Tween with a yikes does fall out of contention, allowing Bozbez to do it on his own. He has a lead about 0.3 of a second, so is in a relatively comfortable position to draw up this one, as it is 4-4. 2 aces going both ways. We already had the draw. Let's see if we can get another one.
Well, Josh has to keep it clean. The same with Elcon. Boz just has to stay ahead. Of course, Tween is sort of bringing up the rear. Oh, really close line there for Josh. He almost lost it, but Boz should get this. Yes, he does. Elcon and Josh right behind him, and Tween rounding it out. So we are 5-all here on Orbit. Blah looking to get that 4th map. Orcs trying to pick up the pieces. Whoever gets a victory this round, as long as we don't draw, if we get a victory this round, somebody's going to be on map point.
Exactly that. It's looking forward to seeing if we can even get a draw just like that. Honestly, this one has been going left, right, and center with the way these players have been playing. Josh this time around the slower of the 4, but only by a little bit. We'll see how things go as we make our way into the no engine wall ride. Players setting up nice and low along the gates. Still though, no real differences happening. Alpine is trying to get in between, and actually it is Tween who found himself actually seeing Alcon get in between and overtaken now Bospus as well. Alcon is doing exactly what he needs to do. It's coming to these minute differences in lines, right? Just these small optimizations that are making the difference as we make our way into orbit once again. Players going around. Oh, Tween going quite nicely on the inside. Still, though, ends up falling a bit behind Bospus with his low touch. And Alcon now looking to overtake. Is he able to do it? Yes, he does. So much speed getting into the finish. And look at the difference with that as well. Just because of that final drift, a 0.3 versus a 0.5, despite the fact that the both players were pretty much tied right before that turn.
They were. I saw a little bit extra speed from somebody, but it didn't pan out the way it was supposed to. So we go to map point, potentially the last round here for these two. If Blah can get the ace, it'll be over. They will defeat Orcs 4-1, and Orcs will be looking down the barrel of relegation. It hasn't been the best showing. It was different predictions, but to be fair, I think the analysts desks did say that Blah was going to do it, and of course I have no reason to doubt them ever. But with Elcon out of the picture, Orcs have the chance to get a victory, to make it 8-all if they can keep Josh behind. But if Josh gets an overtake, it'll be 7-8 in favor of Blah. But into orbit we go. Josh and Tween, great bug slides from both of them. We've seen some mistakes here through the checkpoint, but it's not going to happen. Josh sets up a little bit differently, but he's not going to have the speed. Tween gets there first, so does Josh second. Boz is in third, and we are going to be tied up at 8-8.
Victory can make all the difference in the world. I mean, Josh, great attempt from him right there to try and overtake Tween, try to put on some pressure, but that time around Tween simply undeterred, Phantom just going at it, doing what he needs to do. Again, a 0.5 coming out from him there as well. So for now, 8-8. Orcs even doing wops again, needing that map point just to put themselves in a bit of a saver situation. They already lost the match, right? They're already missing out on that extra point for winning it, and Blah is able to deliver that final blow if they so desire. If that consistency that I have been showing throughout this match is going to be on point. Tween is going to be in third place, but just keeping Josh away. He needs to keep Josh away, as it is Alcon in the lead, and Josh with a crash. That is enough for Blah for now to be in a draw position, and Bosbez, I mean, if he can find it, if he can find the speed to get past Alcon right now, that could be beautiful Orcs even Nuo Ops. Bit of a wide line right there from Alcon. Will it be enough for Bosbez to actually overtake? No, the gap is still there. Alcon does what he needs to do. Keeps the lead, but loses some speed. Bosbez with the overtake. Does he make it? Yes, he does.
My God!
He gets it in out of nowhere. Bosbez right there with a point tree. Alcon just getting lost in the sauce a little bit right there at the end with that drift. Didn't see it coming. I don't think Bosbez even expected that to happen. He was just going, I need to get this drift down. I need to make it happen. And he did. He did it right there. Ugh.
I don't even know. I was fully expecting the draw to come out, and obviously that wasn't the case. So for some, it's a great outcome. For others, less than ideal, but still a reasonable result, to say the least. But obviously, we have opinions, and so does everyone else. And one set of people who do have quite a lot of opinions is going to be the analyst desk. Boys, you want to take it over for us?
Lots of opinions. Sure, that's as good a description as any for the group of people that we have gathered here. That was a good match. Very, very close. Unfortunately for Orcs GP No Ops, it has left them in a very difficult position. Babs, I think we were looking at the numbers there. In order for Orcs GP No Ops to make it into the playoffs for Division 1 at this point, they probably need to go 6-0 against Galactic Baguettes. That is 5-0 in maps, 6-0 in points.
Yeah, and look, we haven't seen many of those. I think we've seen one of those in Division 1 and maybe 2 in Division 2. Like, it's just, it's so hotly contested that it's quite an unlikely scoreline to actually happen, especially against Galactic Baguettes, who are looking quite strong, looking like a top 3 contender. It's going to be a really difficult task, but, you know, maybe the guys are pumped, you know, after that, like, final round on Orbit. But, you know, unfortunately that match was just a little bit too close, a little bit too contested. You know, they would have had to storm on from that 2-0 lead to keep getting those map wins, but it just wasn't meant to be.
Yeah, I mean, looking at it, possibly a 4-1 would work for them against Galactic Baguettes, but that's still going to be a very difficult order. On the other side, though, Blah, big win for them here, randomized. They are secure now in the playoffs position, and I think strong finish to the season. They were looking a little bit inconsistent, maybe a little bit shaky towards the first couple of weeks, but they've really cleaned things up.
Yeah, no, they did. I mean, these are some pretty well-known names. It doesn't surprise me that Elcon and Josh were able to do what they did. If anything, it was unpredictable for the shaky beginning, but for them to close out the way they did, I'm not surprised. We did make the call that Orcs would win 4-1, but that was more of a wish. But in reality, generally not surprised that Blah won it. If anything, I'm actually surprised it was a 2-3, but not surprised that it was a Blah that finally nailed the coffin and put themselves in third place.
Yeah, well, we will get a chance to hear from a member of Blad themselves. Josh going to jump in for an interview, and we'll see how they feel about the fact that they have wrapped things up, that they have secured the top 6 needed to move on into playoffs. So obviously a little bit a ways from that very top 2. They will be starting in the lower bracket alongside Wheelsy, possibly Big, possibly Galactic Baguettes. We'll wait and see how the rest of the day shakes out. But for now, let's get Josh in here. Josh, congratulations on the win. Congratulations on securing playoffs for the Beacon Duo League.
Thanks.
I mean, look, we just got to ask straight away, how are you feeling about that? One of the things we were saying was, you know, maybe a shaky start to the season for you guys, but really cleaning it up here in week 3.
Yeah, I mean, at the start, we, especially against Nemesis, we kind of assumed it was a loss based upon practice with them, since we're practicing with them. And, I mean, their pace in practice is unbeatable. So we kind of just took that loss. Sure. And, yeah, from there on, we just put in more effort, and, yeah.
And Josh, look, I know this week I saw you speaking about the amount of practice that yourself and Elcon put in, that maybe it was a little bit variable and you weren't really sure what it was going to give today. Do you think maybe you had a bit less pressure today that allowed you sort of to perform a little bit better?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we kind of assumed we would lose both. We were just praying that we would get like 2 maps per, which was kind of likely because we are really good on like Lin map, and we can like you never know what happens on Funny Red map or Mandia. So
sure.
Yeah, I feel that one. Now, the real question is, more than likely, you have officially put the nail down. You are in the playoffs. Now that you have about a week to prep for, do you think the two of you are going to put a lot more time into this? Like, how do you feel from now moving on into the playoffs?
I assume me and Elcom will put in more effort. I'll definitely load up the maps at least daily. I don't know about Elcon. I'll get him to, I guess.
Yeah, frantically DMing him, being like, "Hey, Elcon, have you opened up the maps today? Just look at them. Remind yourself what they look like, right?"
Yeah.
Yeah, that's completely fair. Ultimately, then, Josh, look, it's a difficult question. What's the goal for you and Elcon, do you think, at this point of the season now? Having, as it said, locked in playoffs, how far do you think you guys can go?
I mean, top 4 would be nice. I think if we get very lucky, we could hypothetically win. Like, we could hypothetically win. And blue map, I feel like we have the Lin map on lock almost all the time. We're really confident there. And then, I mean, you never know what happens on the rest of them, but I think top 4 is a reasonable goal, so...
Yeah, well, best of luck with it. Once we get there, that will, of course, be next weekend. You do have one match left to play in the league play. I guess we might as well ask, how are you feeling about going up against Galactic Baguettes in this last match?
Okay. I mean, I think me and Elcom will probably take a more chill route to this, since we should be in playoffs, so just see how it goes.
Listen,
Yes.
hey, just as a heads up, if both you and Orcs GP Nomowops 6-0 Galactic Baguettes, you could knock them out of the playoffs.
I mean...
That's putting some pressure on the guy, man.
I mean, hey, I'm just letting you know. It could be funny. Could be funny.
Oh, no, I think the funnier result is making sure Big doesn't get in, but I mean, sure, whatever.
Yeah, that I think it could take some doing for sure. But hey, we'll wait and see. Obviously, we will not be covering those matches. But Josh, finally, anything else you'd like to say while we have you here briefly?
Don't think so. Thanks for having me, though.
Yeah, delighted to have you. Thank you very much. Congratulations again on the playoffs. And we're going to head to a very, very short break. We will be back after that break to discuss the final day of league play for the Beacon Duo League, take a look at the standings and make some predictions about which direction we think the playoffs and, of course, the promotion relegations will go. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you after a very short break. Oh, league play is finished. With an asterisk, there are 2 matches left to go in Division 1. We're back from a very short break in which we broke Randomizer's spirit merely by mentioning Division 2. And let's pull up the Division 2 table and see why that may be the case. There's an easy answer. It's because, unfortunately for Randomized, Damascus Gaming sit in 5th place in that Division 2, just missing out on that top 4 in the spot in the promotion relegation tournament. And I think this is the stage of the league where we have to ask Randomized, what went wrong?
Everything that we hoped would not happen happened. I mean, there's so many factors that can come into play. I mean, Damascus Gaming, both Charles and Exotica have both been in the solo leagues at Beacon. We've had Div 1, we've had Div 2, you know, like, so it's not like it's a first time for them to be in this kind of pressure. But in the reality is, there's a lot going on. You know, we have this one, we have an American event coming up, we have World Tour coming up. So like, maybe they just started to allocate their time in the wrong direction for the last week. Who knows? There's a lot that can go into it, and unfortunately, they just were not able to step it up when they really needed to. And at that point, all their hopes and dreams were in Eterna's hands, and that was definitely not the team that they wanted to put their hopes and dreams in. Unfortunately, Molotov just came in screaming and was able to pretty much just knock DG down.
Yeah. Ultimately, Babs, and please correct me if I'm wrong here, with the way that the promotion relegation tournament is structured, one of the 2 Div 1 teams is guaranteed to return to Div 1, and 1 Div 2 team will be moving up into Division 1 for the next season. Is that correct?
We'll have 1 team from the promo relegation will get a spot in Division 1 next season.
Ah, okay, yeah. So it could be yeah, okay. That's makes a lot of sense. With that in mind, you know, there's going to be 1 team, shall we say, then from Division 2 who will have the chance to fight in that grand final, potentially for that spot, right? And looking at the 4 teams from Division 2 who are going to be in the promotion relegation tournament to start with, I could frankly see any of them going to that match.
Yeah.
I think, you know, Molotov Gaming come in as 4th place, but Piranha has arguably been the best player in Division 2. Puff Bros obviously have the ability to step up at any time. And then LGB and 5W have both been just very consistent, both players looking very good.
I mean, I was going to say that like, you can make a case for all 4 of these teams. The interesting thing that I'd like to point out is Molotov, who had that strong start, in round 4 and round 5, only got 1 map in both of those matches, and that really put them in this mid-table battle to try and make it to that promo relegation bracket. But they secured it at the end. Today they showed up, they played well, and they got 2 wins, and it was enough to get them across the line.
Yeah, absolutely. Boney, looking at it then, today you were pretty happy with 5W, you know, that Jan and Marsley squad, a very good one. I mean, how are you rating their chances? Obviously, as the quote-unquote best team coming out of league play for Division 2. Is that reflected in how they perform? Do you think that's going to reflect in how they perform in the promo relegation?
I do think so. I think in that regard, I do echo, you know, Jan in his response to, you know, are you going to be able to make it into Div number 1? That, yeah, he is fully confident in doing so, and that is just part of the battle, and the other part is just being good. And that is exactly what 5W has been able to do, right? Show off each and every single time that they are just good. They have only dropped 1 match, and every other match has been either a sweep or a dominant victory. And that says a lot about the potential that they have going into the promo relegation of sorts. It doesn't mean that, you know, looking at like a Puff Bros, Molotov Gaming, yeah, definitely all of them in their own right have that shot, have the momentum. Sometimes it does come down to the day in of itself, but if it's a matter of stacking the odds, right, putting yourself in a position where you can be the best person you can be, or the best player you can be, I think 5W right now has what it takes.
Yeah, well, promo relegation kicks off next Saturday, and it will be 5W against Molotov Gaming. It will be the Puff Bros up against the other team that was there. My brain is gone. It's been a long day already. LGB, like Let's Breton, of course, the other team that was in that top 4 from Division 2. They will be joined in that promo relegation tournament by 2 teams dropping down from Division 1. Now, one of these teams already locked in, Thrivo Serve. Unfortunately, a bit of a slow start to the tournament, and then unfortunately not able to make any of their matches today due to unforeseen circumstances. They will be playing in the promo relegation tournament, and then it's still Still, despite this being our post-show after league panel, it's still up in the air as to which team will be joining them there. And randomize, I mean, based off what we saw, Orcs, GP, Numawops, they're pushing. They look very good on some maps. They look maybe a little bit questionable on others, and they've left themselves a lot of work to do if they want to climb out of this 7th spot.
Yeah, I mean, I've said it at the beginning of the season and then towards the end. Like, Bozbez is a good player. Tween's a good player. They're both very good players. But in reality, they're playing against Melio and Richie. Melio and Richie, they have just shown what they can do when the pressure's on. Especially someone like Melio is just he's very used to pressure game, and Richie as well. Like, they both we've seen them play in multiple events before this, and they've both been able to just come out of the woodwork and come flying in. Tween has the experience, but he's still one of those players that have made me a little worried, although he's been looking a lot better. I will definitely put that out there. It's just going to come down to Bozbez and Tween can click together and win rounds together. We can't have this 1-4 thing happening anymore.
Yeah, gotta clean things up a little bit. Of course, as we move into the playoffs and into the promo relegation tournament, Babs, we no longer are guaranteed to play all 5 maps. We're moving to a pure best of 5. First team to win 3 maps wins. And I mean, to some degree, if a team like Orcs, GP, Numawops, who maybe have put less focus on some maps than others, sneaks into the playoffs, if a team like Big managed to make it in, who maybe have not put as much time or not had as much time to put into some of the maps, and they can focus their attention more on certain maps, things are going to get real spicy real quick in those playoff matches.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, it still comes down to, are you better on these maps than your opponent? You know, depending on if you've played some maps more than others, that's up to you to decide. You know, Orcs GP, they tried to do that this week. In my opinion, they're not going to make it past Galactic Baguettes. I think it's a stretch too far, unfortunately, considering the form of the 2 French players recently. But that is a strategy that some of the teams going into playoffs will more than likely be employing. And I think some people, they will know their matchups ahead of time. They'll be targeting a specific goal. Some people won't be going into playoffs trying to get to the final. Some people will just be trying to get past round 1, round 2. So, you know, they'll be targeting their opponents, and they'll be specifically practicing certain maps, certain tricks. And you know what? People will come in with strategy, and that's what 2v2 is so good for.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm looking forward to those Div 1 playoffs, Boney. There are 2 titans, 2 absolute juggernauts lurking at the top of the table there. Shift and Team Nemesis both clearing 30 points in league play. I think almost more impressively for me, Team Nemesis clear 30 points while losing 2 matches. One of them to Shift as well, but 2 perfect games as well, going 5-0 in 2 different rounds. I mean, maybe not necessary. Nemesis, obviously, were always a great team. Mime and Paco, great players. Shift, maybe a little bit more of a question mark coming into this season, but they've topped the table. They look undefeatable.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely one of those situations where, I mean, as Epos even mentioned this during qualifiers, don't sleep on Shift, right? Low Snoop Prime just looking phenomenal, and secretly, actually, you know, one of the best players out there, and you can see that coming back into the results, as you mentioned as well, right? Team Nemesis, despite them dropping 2 matches, are still showing off the dominance throughout the other matches that they've won, and it is deservedly that they are the 2 that have that advantage going into the playoffs, that get to, you know, play a couple of matches less compared to Wheelsy, to Blah, and to, well, whoever joins them at that point, right? Because we're still somewhat looking at that. Still, though, it doesn't mean that they're you know, no one can defeat them, and it's just these 2, and that's it. We still have that dark horse that was mentioning at the start, you know, Glue and whatnot. Wheelsy is in there. Yeah. And, you know, it's going to be a longer road for them, but perhaps the wheels may still come out to fight.
The wheels may come out, or the wheels may come off entirely. That's the problem with wheels. Sometimes
exactly.
You don't know what's going to happen, right?
They go round, right?
Yeah. Yeah, I'm super excited for this playoffs. I mean, often in Trackmania, it does feel like some of our playoffs. Babs, I think you were saying this off stream earlier. There are times when you look at a match and you say, that's a foregone conclusion. I'm very confident I know who is going to win this one. Not the case. I think no matter what our matchups end up being exactly when we get into playoffs next week for this tournament, anyone could come out on pretty much any of these matches and take away the win, which is going to be very exciting. And with that in mind, I'm still going to make you all do one last prediction here in the league phase of the Beacon Duo League. And the question I'm going to ask you, and Babs, I'm going to come to you on this one first. Which team is going to make it through the promotion relegation tournament?
Oh,
Yeah.
It's stumped. We were waiting for the playoffs question, and he came out with
I
come to me first, so then you can all just compare, your predictions to mine. I was going to mention this when we're speaking about Division 2, but there's an interesting duo in there, not so well known, kind of up and coming at the moment. I think they're Pack and Spam.
I've heard.
They've
Yeah.
been pulling some decent numbers on their streams, which is kind of crazy for such an unknown duo.
Yeah.
No, I think Pac has shown in his player driver ratings over the course of every week, he is at the top of Division 2, either first or second. He's more than qualified to be a Division 1 player. I think going into this final weekend, it is the most important of the competition so far. They got through qualifiers, they've gotten through the league phase, and they've gotten more and more confident and serious as they've gone on. I think Spam has had enough time on the maps now where he can be at a level that is competitive enough to get to Division 1. So they're going to be my prediction.
Okay, Puff Bros then for Babs. I'm going to come to Boney next, sticking with the B theme. It's just easy. I'm going in alphabetical order, I guess. Boney, who do you think is making it through this promo relegation?
I kind of already alluded to it earlier on, but I do think that 5W is my go-to. Similar to where the Puff Bros would be my second at the moment, as they have expectedly, to me, honestly, grown into the tournament. 5W, Yana Marslia just looking phenomenal. I mean, similar to them as well, right? Just posting great results in terms of their PDR and just, showing that off in points. It may, it's a bit of a question, right? We will have 2 Div 1 teams coming in, but I think the difference is minuscule, and honestly, it's something that I do believe that they are able to overcome. So that's going to be my prediction.
All right, and randomized, we're going to close this out. You can get this done, and then we are going to send everyone over to watch the matches that are still ongoing. Obviously, we're not going to finish everything here today because we have been on stream for 4 hours now. We do have to continue on. So, randomized, I'll let you answer this question. Who's going to make it through the promo relegation?
I gotta give it to my boys at what?
Damascus Gaming are obviously going to win the promotion relegation tournament.
Oh, you're so funny. You're right. They did win. They won the relegation round of being 5th place and getting the top one to get knocked out. Thanks, Babs. Anyway, I would say it's got to be the boys over 5W. They have been playing amazing. Honestly, it's going to sound really, really poopy, but I think TXO got lucky and 5W should have been in their spot in the first place. So 5W playing a lot better this season. I think, I think they're going to be the ones to come out of it.
Well, we'll wait and see. Obviously, that is happening next Saturday, promotion relegation, and then the Div 1 playoffs happening on Sunday. 2 full days of Trackmania next weekend, and with that in mind, we gotta go. We need as much time as possible to prepare, and so we're going to be signing off here on the main channel for Beacon for this evening. Obviously, the league is not quite done. Div 1, still a couple of questions left to be answered, and luckily, we do have a second stream. G-Geek putting in the long hours today. God bless that man. He is going to be streaming them. We're going to send everyone on over to there. As always, during the week, keep an eye on Beacon's social media and, of course, join the Discord to get all of the up-to-date info and the brackets as they are released. For now, thank you very much to everyone who has joined us tonight. We will see you all next week to close out the Beacon Duo League. See you there. Have a lovely time.